gonna try to attach these to the back of the chair, but then I couldn't hold them. I couldn't figure out a good like holster system that I don't know. It's just
Nice ice
Scott.
bucket, by the way.
thank you. I think that's sideburns attached to.
Check.
Nice.
Oh wait, this one's flipped. There we go.
Like I said, that
I
was
hate it
really
when my
hard.
sideburns get flipped.
Check.
Check out
Hear you.
Penelope.
Checking. Scout, that's why you need to have 2 sets of them. One for the back and one to actually hold.
Eddie has 2 sets of sideburns. I think one of them he left on Yester Hill.
Took me a second. I completely forgot that that's where the crash happened.
Mm-hmm. Yep, trying to ramp my way up.
Now recording.
Boobies. Nailed it.
Jacqueline?
The perfect first word to start the night.
A mixture of boobies and trebol. Or to summarize it, trebon boobies.
I thought you said like trable, like a weird pronunciation of trouble.
No.
We
Bad
are
French.
in Trable. Oh, that didn't work.
We're in trouble.
What accent
I'm
would
in
that even
trouble.
be?
With tribbles.
The Trable with troubles.
Wowie wow.
That's definitely what that accent was.
Yeah.
And with that, I'm done.
Good night, everybody.
I'll just keep these handy.
Alright.
Alright. And then I gotta figure out how to put my glasses on under the sunglasses.
Yeah, that's...
Because sunglasses indoors plus being blind, pretty hard to read things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's one of those things I don't even try to bother any of the cosplay stuff as much as it's cool to see done. None of my characters are, like, good to be tried to cosplay, especially since one of them is a lion with half of a face.
I feel like that's perfect.
Commit,
You could just
rip
get
half
a
that face off.
Phantom of the Opera mask and put put some fur on it.
Yeah, that's true. Everything else is just like piratey stuff, anyways.
I'll just have to cosplay as somebody who wears glasses. The perfect cover.
Dratari, you could definitely just get a pair of horns.
Yeah, that's true.
Have a frog nearby or something.
Just get a shield and actually draw on the. I think I
just a nice oh my god, you should get a Hypnotoad t-shirt.
Oh, there you go. That'd be.
Hypnotoad t-shirt. Get some horns for your headphones. There you go.
All glory to Hypnotoad.
You know, if I
Do you
ever
want to show off real quick? I've got the Owl Bear Starry Night
Oh,
shirt.
hell yeah.
Nice.
Very nice.
I like that a lot.
Love that.
Oh. So concerned about getting the camera ready, I just realized I forgot all the dice.
Oh, me too. I was
to actually play the bloody game. There we go. Got it. And also need to find the bad dice. Make sure not to use those.
This one?
I really want to thank Steven for agreeing to help me out by taking the responsibility of doing the recap off my shoulders.
Sure.
Looks like Scout is away from the desk now. Scout is back. But whenever we're all set up and ready, let's get a little window in or peek into the internal dialogue of Dratari.
Oh, sure. Oh, and actually, just beforehand, since we are about to do combat, part of the last line is basically just going to lead into whoever's going first. So can we do like a quick initiative thing?
Oh
Just to
yeah,
see
I
who
can
would be
roll
doing.
for the
Oh yeah, I like
crocodile.
that. That's cool.
Yeah. I will post the rest of what I had in mind for everyone else's because I did write every scenario.
Hell yeah, I want to see
This-
that.
Started typing in table plop and high fantasy didn't immediately pop up, so I was confused.
It's all good.
We're ruins of Berez, or are we not there yet?
You are there.
Okay. Oh yes, that's right.
I must
Yeah,
ping
let
this
me get
location
back
for you.
The long
There we are.
path.
All right. Click on you.
Six with a -1 modifier, so the giant crocodile is almost certainly not going first.
I'm actually a little sad. I like the crocodiles one the best.
Did
I'll
you?
post it
Yeah.
in chat.
Did you write one for the croc? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Did mine go
So-
through or no?
Ruins of Berez. Why is everything suddenly highlighted? Stop highlighting.
I don't understand, but okay. I mean, I got a nat 20 on my initiative,
So I think we know who's going first, and that is a good second, actually.
which is nice.
I got a total of 1 with an at 1.
Ah.
Wow. The crocodile is at 5,
get my
Manu's
sheet
at 1,
together.
Tegan's at 1.
Move
shoot,
Tegan
I
to
am
be before me because
plus
Tegan
1.
has better dexterity.
Oh.
Nice. Shoot. How
Wait.
did you roll for initiative again?
No,
On here?
that should be a flat 20. It added. It's weird that it added 3, but I should only have +1 initiative. I think either way.
I'll just put Tegan at 2 because I don't know how else to make Tegan go first.
Oh, it's not like draggable. You can't just click and drag.
Mm-mm.
Can I?
Nope, I already tried that.
But you're not the dungeon master.
And Eddie, you were actually 20.
Yes. Oh, I think I can just manually change it.
I guess.
I'm on 20.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. 12.
How do I?
Wow.
Should I roll in here instead of in the tray, or?
No,
It
whichever.
doesn't
you were
matter.
at-
Just just remember to right click your token, and then it's got
right.
add
That's how
to
you do it.
initiative.
That's how you do it. Thank you.
And your little friend is on your turn, right?
Yeah. Well, just after my turn. Okay, I did add to initiative, and I just need to type my initiative in, huh? Nailed it. Okay.
If we can hold this crocodile off for 10 minutes, I can speak with it. Just an option.
I can speak with it now. It just won't speak back or understand what I say.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know that yet. We haven't tried.
True.
Since Jack is up first, it's a perfect chance to
Try to chat with it.
get to know it a little better.
We come in peace. Take me to your leader, Croc.
break the ice, and if that doesn't work, break the bones.
So the party, led by Manu, is kind of wandering through these murky, hard to see through, hard to travel through swamps, and out from around a corner of a ruined wall lunges this giant crocodile, and the camera suddenly zooms in on Dratari, and then internal monologue says something like, "You may be asking yourself, how did I get here?"
Exactly. Last time on High Fantasy, Curse of Strahd, I reunited with the party after spending some time on the other side. It seemed like something else followed along with me. Sinister whispers and vicious mockeries hounded me from both friends and enemies from the past. I discussed this with Tegan, along with Zaldan's absence, amongst other things, and we decided it was for the best to try to rest at the monastery for a while. But we made the most of it. I came up with a new way to help myself read the scriptures. Jack was able to sell some of his very reputable wares, and we were able to hang out at in the garden for a while. Oh, and also there was that mirror that they found at the Vakter mansion. I understand the draw of that kind of power, but I do fear its hold on my friends, especially now corrupting both Tegan and Manu alike. In exchange, the mirror has removed some pieces from the board, as Manu was trying to say. Lady Vakter, one of her sons, is Strasny, Victor Balakovich. Although we did try to do the same to Vasily von Holtz, but for some reason he was spared. Maybe he's already dead? Maybe that's not his name? We'll have to figure this out later. For now, we need to deal with the issue at hand. Corruption of Tegan and Manu, and also a big giant crocodile, but that will come later. We traveled on to try to find Berez. The road disquietingly quiet. Wolves' eyes, Strahd's eyes, trailing us everywhere that we went. However, they never attacked. The old count is a man of his word, it seems. Or maybe just a reminder. We made a quick detour to a tower in search of Esmeralda, but only her wagon and the tower remained. Between Jack's disabling of the traps and Eddie's powerful dance moves, we were able to access both. And came out with magic scrolls, living armor, crossbow bolts, wigs, a new chair, as well as the map. The last one in particular, Tegan seemed very pleased with. From there, we made our way to Berez. Through a hazy mire, we spied a light on the far end of a river. After some quick woodworking from Jack, we were able to make our way across with stilts, and met up with the were-raven Muriel Vinchal around another set of standing stones. She gave us the situation at hand, pointing us towards Baba Lysaga's hut, but unfortunately she was too fearful to join us, which, hearing some of the tales, it's hard to argue against. So, we made our way, with the bombastic stuntman Eddie as our stealthiest person in our group, as our leader for the swamp. We navigated around some of Zaldan's visages, I guess another hilarious attempt at mockery, I guess. But our luck ran out when a giant crocodile cut up sight of us. He reared his head and leapt towards Eddie, mouth splayed open, ready for a bite. And that's when little Jack started to expand, growing to the height of a castle. Jack climbed aboard to try to take command of the head, a bright light emanating from his hand, and then... Wait, no, that was one of Sissy's stories. Jack, take it from here. And yes, we do now have Mecha.
Thank you, nicely done.
You're welcome.
Me? The size of a giant? I think not. Filthy big people.
Oh no, Little Jack was. Like somehow Little Jack grew to the size.
That's why they call him
of
Little
Mecha.
Jack. It's ironic.
I guess I will need to get him a beanstalk now.
There you go. I'll post the other ideas I had in the chat.
I spent all of the party's gold while you were sleeping on these magic beans.
Goblin hyperventilation. Excuse me for a moment. It's like normal hyperventilation, but smaller. angry goblin noises. Alrighty. Oh my god, there's a crocodile over there. Not sure if you guys have seen it, but...
Where?
And it's somewhere near where I would imagine
Right here.
Eddie is.
I don't see it.
I'm helping. I'm helping. I'm helping.
What, that's just a little lizard.
I cringe at your idea of little.
It's not the first gator I've wrestled.
Calm down there, Steve Irwin. Crikey! We've got an alligator in its natural
Crikey.
habitat.
That thing is pretty big, though.
There we go.
Oh,
Perfect. It's right where that giant spectral floating. Oh my god!
who cast Mage Hand?
Yeah.
That would have to be Bigsby's hand. Bigby's
Oh, yeah.
sexy hand. All right, Jock, what are we doing?
Bigby's vibrating finger of justice. Or pleasure. Depends on who you are.
Okay, no, let's listen.
Isn't that an Elder Scrolls? No, not Elder Scrolls, Elden Ring weapon?
Not that I
I-
recall.
There was the Giant's Toe, where you could a charged attack would flick people.
No, that's severed finger.
Is that what that was called?
Because you got to remember all the things about the 2 fingers and the 3 fingers throughout Elden Ring,
That's right.
and you can.
Oh, and also just as a reminder, the kind of painted on mucky brownish spot you're on is basically the entirety of this map that isn't considered difficult terrain. So walking off the path you're in, difficult terrain. There's other areas too that are fine, but most of this area, this kind of like arch here is to delineate that this section of the path is intact enough to not be considered swampy, murky, boggy, difficult terrain.
So if we did walk into those sections, it'd be like half walking speed or something?
Yeah, and
Okay.
I don't remember what else. Difficult terrain, probably disadvantage on other stuff too. Tegan shook her head, or Brooke shook her head no, so maybe not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's. I think
the-
it's just halves your speed.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Heal.
Sometimes special sources of difficult terrain will also have other things to do, like I don't. With grease and sleet storm and stuff like that will have extra effects in their area along with the difficult terrain, but difficult terrain on its own is just you're moving through it costs double.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So I'm debating on whether I'll cast Bless or just shoot the damn thing. I'm leaning towards just shoot the damn thing, but I don't know how tough it is. I also don't really want to use spells before we get into the bulk of the fighting, which is why I was
That's-
leaning towards just
Yeah,
shoot
we
the damn
do.
thing.
We still have a bit of a bigger fight to worry about, so.
Yeah. Bob the Yog.
Okay. Well then I will shoot the damn thing. Twice, in fact. Because repeating infused light crossbow. Okay, well that is a 15 plus 8, so that would be a 23 to hit.
That hits this
Wow.
big boy.
And I'll go ahead and roll my second attack now. Just to, that would be a 9 plus 8, does a 17 hit.
17 hits this big boy.
Alright, I figured as much, but I just wanted to double check. What was that? So it's gonna be 2d8 plus 10. A 1d8, a 2d8, and pretty good damage. So it's what's 13, 23 points of damage.
23. That's a good couple
Rolled a
hits.
7 and a 6. So just think, I don't even have sharpshooter. Haha. Pew pew.
A couple hits lands in the broadside of its flank. It's kind of scurried out around the corner, and Jacques, thinking really quick, just like bolt, bolt, and there's 2 in this thing's side. It's looking more pissed. Pretty good hit though.
Did somebody
anything
call
you're-
animal control? Haha.
You telling your buddy to do anything?
Absolutely. He's got a 40-foot move speed, so he's pretty fast. He might be able to get all the way up there, actually. Or at least close enough. Aha. Sure can.
And you should be able to move. Yeah, okay.
Choo-choo! I was like, we're gonna find out here real quick, huh? Yeah, he's gonna basically run up to it screeching. Very covertly screeching. I hope that cut out. And
did it?
It didn't? Perfect. Force empowered rend then. So that is going to be a +7 to hit. And we rolled an 11, so that would be an 18 to hit.
Oh yeah, big time.
For 1d8 plus 3 points of damage. I rolled a 4, so that would be 7 points of force damage.
Not a lot, but still adding up.
I mean, that puts the
Dude.
total for my turn at 30, which isn't terrible.
I mean, this is a big boy. It's got a
Oh, yeah.
fair amount of hit points, but your turn
Big
alone
chonky.
did a good amount. Anything else you 2 y'all are doing?
No, I think that's it.
All right, next up is Stuntman Eddie, who is right up in the face of this thing already.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go. Well, howdy, ma'am. Hate to do this to you, but and I'll just go for what is it? I'll do a woodcutter's axe.
Your first attack is going to have advantage, and it's also going to break the invisibility that's on you after you've had the advantage.
Yes.
You-
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect timing because I rolled a 4.
Oh.
And then a 16. So what is that? 22
16
to hit.
hits.
All right. One. All right, and then so that's 4 slashing damage. And gonna run it back again. Sorry to do it to you again, ma'am. 11 plus 6, 17 to hit.
17 hits.
This crocodile is so confused because he's
4 plus 3, 7 more slashing damage.
what's wrong with this zombie? Why does it keep calling me ma'am?
Wait, 3, 7, and 4. What does that mean? Those are 3 numbers.
3 plus 4 is 7.
Okay.
Sorry, 7 slashing
And
damage.
and the first attack was 4 total.
4
right?
damage, yeah. So
Okay, I
11
already
total.
removed that, and now I'm removing the 7. And you're not evil, so that axe doesn't hurt you, right?
Nope, I am not evil.
All right, 2 big axe swings from Stuntman
Not even
Eddie,
neutral.
acting like this fucking barrel-shaped thing is just a log that y'all need to get through. Anything else you're doing with your turn?
Yeah, Rick. So, what happened? I got like
It is pronounced Jacques, but go on.
I got a out of character because
Oh,
my
okay.
in character I would definitely remember. So what happened last? I feel like last session. Okay,
Oh,
you
your
gave me
tattoos?
something last session that
Yep.
gave me what was it?
It was,
Was
my infusion.
Was it a sickle?
It was
a
a tattoo.
Tattoo. Okay. Then I think I wrote down the wrong thing.
Which
What
gives
was
you
the
access
tattoo?
to any first level spell or cantrip. You can cast it once.
All right. Well, I don't know. Oh, okay. Okay. I know what I did. I attached a spell to a sickle just so it would appear in my actions. I was wondering where the hell did I get this? I also did it wrong because I should be giving
Then yes, I
myself a
gave you a
cantrip.
sickle.
And is that
Sickle-
once per? Is that a once per day or once per long rest thing, or do I need to have
just once?
Okay, so I wouldn't need spell slots to use that.
Nope.
At first level.
It can be used by anyone. It's essentially a magic item. It's for all intents and purposes a magic item that you activate and cast the spell for you, like kind of like a scroll, but not a scroll.
Okay, sweet. And is it any spell lists in particular?
Nope. There's no restrictions on spell lists or anything like that.
Okay.
So
I wrote
it's
down
just any first level or spell or cantrip.
Alright. I wrote down silvery barbs, but I might not use that. But for now, I will. I'll end my turn then.
Okay. Next would be Dratari.
So yeah, she basically tries to follow suit, takes out sword and shield, and just bum rushes the giant croc
Nice.
for 2 swings.
Okay.
First one's 8.
8 total.
For the that would be 11 then. For the
11 still doesn't do it.
No worries.
That's a wide swing. You missed the broadside of this barn, my friend.
That's all right. That's why we have 2 attacks. A 20.
that natural 20 or otherwise will do it.
Sweet. It's been so long since I've actually had an attack for nat 20. What was the
the maximum you could possibly roll, and then add another roll on top of that, and then add your modifier.
All right. Oh wait, no, that's a 8. Where's my 8? Sorry, a second. There you are. Well, for anything to roll a 1 on, so that'd be 11. Or, yeah, let me think on that one. So yeah, that would be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay.
So yeah,
one really wide swing, probably a little bit embarrassing, but you double back and kind of slash across this thing's flank. It's kind of the only exposed area of it right now. It hasn't really had a chance to have a turn or make a move or anything, but y'all are fucking it up pretty good before it's even got a turn. Any movement or anything else you're doing with your turn, Dratari?
Oh no, yeah, the entire movement was spent trying to get up to this guy's face in the first place. So yeah, no, just completely whiff, turn around, get it on the backside or back swing, and just like ready to go, shield up.
Okay. Manu, do you have any instructions for Lancelot?
Just sit, stay.
Okay. Oops, I haven't been tracking this whole time. It is the giant crocodile's turn. It is going to make a multi-attack, both against Dratari.
All right.
One
could
is
go ahead
going
and
to be a bite.
Make the first attack at disadvantage, please, as Jack Jr. uses his reaction to deflect the attack.
The second roll was higher than the first. The first roll was a total of 14.
Both of which are beneath. Let me just, armor class 20 after putting on the new living armor.
Okay. So is it only the first attack that's disadvantage?
Yeah. The imposes disadvantage on the attack roll of one creature.
Okay, second one is going to be a bite attack. That is a 24 to hit.
Against Dratari?
Yeah.
Then that hits.
And you take 20 piercing damage, and you are grappled.
Okay.
Maybe I should have used the
We didn't
this
know.
learning process.
So yeah, after like the two tail swipes, try to deflect both, but then just gets bit in the caught in the maw of it, I guess, right?
Bah.
And it is going to drag you back 30 feet. And that is the giant crocodile's turn. Tegan is up.
Can't Eddie take an attack of opportunity as it leaves engagement?
Yes, he can.
And I
Jack
will.
Jr.'s already used his reaction.
Reaction.
So, yeah.
Well, that is a nat 1.
Oh, good.
Whiff.
Swing and miss.
Jack firmly believes you're missing just for the cool factor, just to make it like epic. Because up until this point, Stuntman Eddie has been just about the coolest thing in existence. So
Don't worry, guys. We're doing this for drama.
I'm trying to choose my tattoo spell on the side right now too, and I'm taking coolness into consideration.
hell yeah.
Definitely thinking Hellish Rebuke might not be a bad choice.
Ooh.
So, anywhere off the olive green path is difficult terrain, but is there any physical or visual obstruction, or do I have a straight shot?
Within this line of sight, you could see, you could definitely have a clear line of sight. There's not too much mist at this distance. You have anywhere from like at least 30 to no more than like 150 feet of visibility as the mist kind of rolls in and out. So when you're on the like smaller mini map for the whole party to do the grid crawl through, you could only really see one square at a time. But here, I'd say you could see everything in your viewfinder window.
Can I make a suggestion for your first level spell?
Sure.
For the cool factor, dissonant whispers. That way you can force them to hear bad to the bone in their brains.
That is a pretty good one.
But Tegan, you were asking about line of sight, or?
And then I attempted to cast Eldritch Blast. I whiffed twice, and I'm not going to burn any of my bonus action resources on all of this, but everyone can actually hear Tegan mumbling something frustrated about just having gotten Dratari back into fighting form.
Right?
And this being how the first few seconds of the first encounter of having Dratari back.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh no, Dratari is our bard. As if killing Dratari impresses us.
I swear the choice between dragging Dratari away and dragging Eddie away had nothing to do with me having it out for killing Dratari off. It just, I'll go ahead. This is the story and I'm sticking to it. I'll go ahead and say the lizard thought that Eddie was not a good meal.
You're fine. It was just funny.
I'm gonna move up to where Eddie was, and yeah, that fully ends my turn.
All right.
Hey, I'm not dead yet.
Manu is up. Bottom of the round.
It could have been worse. It could have been the toad that did that to me.
No, I've been betrayed. My God.
Yeah. Yes.
It's too far away to really do anything that I am prepared.
You don't have any like
You
cleric.
got like 40 feet of movement.
Right.
Or cleric
40
spells,
feet
or-
of movement. I do have 40 feet of movement, which gets me close enough to cast
You're the
blindness.
turtle and the hare.
Nah.
I completely forgot about my mobility, but since I am close enough, I'm going to cast blindness, deafness. It's got to make a Constitution save or be blinded.
Constitution save
I bet it's got a high con save.
Probably with a DC of 15.
9.
Okay.
6 plus 3 for a total of 9. So it is blinded and deafened.
No, just one. I chose blind.
Okay. Manage conditions, blinded. Is there anything else you're doing with your turn, Manu?
No, that is everything.
This crocodile is blind as a crocodile, as this crocodile, anyways. And top of the round, it is back to Jacques.
Hit me! How far away is it now? Should probably move closer though, so it doesn't end up out of my range. Oh no, I didn't want that thing. Let's move up over here. That should be 30 feet. I'm totally not hiding behind you. And then I'll shoot it. Yeah. Yeah, shoot it.
Making a couple attacks.
Yep. So first we got an 8 plus 8. Does a 16 hit?
16 does hit.
Okay. And then we, it's pretty bad. 6 plus 8, so does a 14 hit?
14 just hits.
Alright. Alright! Well, that's good news for me, because it means I can roll a 6 and still hit. Oh, we're keeping the trend of really high damage. What is it? 14 plus 10, so that's 24 more points of damage.
That's a lot compared to the amount this thing has left. It is blind. It is still trying to back away with Dratari in its maw. But it's... and I'm not paying close enough attention. Those are crossbow bolts you're shooting it with?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so 2 bolts you let out, both of them land true, both of them just like easily missing Dratari, but still going in like vital points in this lizard's flesh, and it's just, looking like nerve damage, twitching around. Like this thing does not have much longer left. Anything you're doing, or you got your?
He's gonna yell out, Dratari, stop horsing around. We have shit to do.
Dratari just responds, like assuming like you're already going under the water on that one. Oh, sorry, I'll get off this horse in a moment.
40. That's as close as Jack Jr. can get.
And again, those last 3 squares are like half your movement.
Yep. So he's got 40 feet of movement. He started here and went 5, 10, 20, 30, 40.
Nice, perfect.
Yep. And then I suppose he will use his action just to get up next to it. That way at least he can swing at it as a reaction if it runs. Or at least if it does an action and then runs instead of disengages. But yep, that's the turn.
All right, Stuntman Eddie is up.
Kick names and take ass, Eddie.
You might be muted if you're talking.
The music came through just, yeah.
No, that was me. I found
Yes, there we go.
Oh, gotcha.
I found the tab. I had it bookmarked.
All right,
Nice.
so difficult terrain. I have 40 feet walking speed, so.
So, yeah.
That's not great.
Say 5, 10, 15, and then 25, 35. I'd say if you like, how do I show this off? If you like walk, oops.
I guess if I did 3 diagonal, 3 across, because these 3 wouldn't be.
Yeah, I was trying to say something like that. If you make kind of a
I think
backwards L-shaped arc, you could make it.
I don't know how to do the math on that, but
if you're 5 feet short, which I think you might be exactly 5 feet short, I'll allow it.
Okay, if that's 10, then
Yeah.
I have. Oh no,
this is not
I
a
can
boss
because
fight. This is a random encounter.
If we do diagonals and that's 10, then I can do. I actually can land.
And
Exactly
I
there.
allowed diagonals as
Okay.
5. I feel like some people's rules is diagonals are 7, which is like I don't want to do the math for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Or I know. I think in mine, I usually do like you can only do a full diagonal. You can't like combine.
Do like one diagonal and then one sideways and then diagonal, whatever, instead of just diagonal.
I'm just only going to move in diagonals from now on. Sides. All right, Stuntman Eddie.
So you're a bishop.
I square dance my way over there, and
I made a chess joke.
Gonna do the same thing.
A couple axe swing.
Yep, that's 15 to hit, so 21.
You have advantage because he's blind.
Oh right.
Oh, and that's
so
just
you can roll again
just blind
to
now.
see
Okay.
that already hit, but you could see
That
if you
already
get a natural 20.
Yeah, let me. Well, I got a nat 1, so that's
well,
that's,
okay,
that's
it
pretty close.
Yeah, I don't recommend taking the nat 1.
Yeah, I think I'll go with the first roll, the dirty 21.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, sweet. So that'll be 4 plus 3, 7 slashing damage.
7. This thing almost drops Dratari out of its mouth. It's kind of stumbling backwards. Its movements are becoming twitchy, and like this thing it looks like on 1 hit point.
Now, you let my friend go, you son of a bitch, you hear? I swing again.
Full on redneck.
Alright, 4 and a 7. I'll take the 7 plus 6, 13 hit.
Just doesn't hit.
That's all.
Armor class is 14, peeps.
Well, I guess you can hold on to him a little longer. And,
so Eddie just like rakes into this thing's flank, just like lizard intestines like spilling out of its side, and it is it's looking kind of like a chicken with its head cut off, like still moving and alive, but shouldn't be by any means. And dramatically, epically, Eddie rears back the big woodsman axe swing and just fucking misses. And that, I think, ends Eddie's turn, unless
I am the woodcutter. You are the wood, miss. Yeah, that's it for me.
I hate it when the wood dodges.
Dratari,
because you never see it coming.
Right?
True.
Dratari can make a what is it? A dexterity check or saving throw to escape grapple.
Can I also stab it?
It's an athletics or acrobatics, whichever is higher for you?
The DC is 16, so roll a d20 and see if your athletics or acrobatics are higher and add whatever modifier that is.
All right.
Athletics.
Would that also be with advantage because of blind crocodile or no?
No, I don't think it needs its eyes to squeeze you in its jaws.
Fair enough. We were saying athletics or acrobatics, right?
Yeah, whichever is higher.
Athletics
Or
it is.
whichever you want.
Yeah. 12. Oh, no, hang on. 5, 6, so that makes 11.
No.
Yeah, 14 in total.
The
Just under.
DC is 16. You are still chomped.
And do anything while grappled, or is it just...
Or
like, can I try to
grappled?
Can I try to, like, stab it while still in its mouth?
Trying to escape uses your action.
Oh, okay, that's what I was that's what I was trying to ask beforehand. Like, can I... Okay, so it was one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
I wish I did have more dedicated desk space, because I would like a couple like DM screen type, like all of the conditions and shit, because man, off the top of my head, I don't know most of them, and the act of like finding a tab with that rule and quickly, like, I feel like it's easier just to like ask the question and look in the direction of Brooke or Steven.
What am I? Chopped liver?
Not
I
yet.
mean,
Well, I mean, I am, but that's besides the point.
you're newer to the game, and I haven't relied on your corrections as many times.
Hey, no.
You're an all-star?
I've corrected Brooke before, just saying.
Actually, our first interaction.
Yep, didn't even know you.
And I knew immediately that we would be friends.
Put you
So
in your damn
I'm scared
place,
of
that's
who
for
I
sure.
think is the biggest bully, but then I found out that you beat up who I thought was the biggest bully, so now I'm supposed to be scared of you.
That's prison rules.
Right. Lancelot is staying put as told. Giant Crocodile's turn is going to make a tail attack against Eddie.
And this is why
that's
Hellish
11 to
Rebuke
hit.
or Shield would be great.
That was 11 to hit. I don't think it hits you. Is your armor class that low?
And that's why I don't need magic. No, I'm good.
Another one is a 24 to hit.
Ooh.
Yeah, just barely. By like 8.
Can it use its bite on someone else while it has?
Oh.
I think that was just a tail
Sorry.
attack, though.
Those were 2 tail attacks.
Oh, okay.
It is 16 bludgeoning damage, and you must succeed on a strength saving throw, DC 16.
You can do it. You're a paladin.
It's hard to find the dice with the sunglasses sometimes.
No, wait. You're a barbarian. Strength is your
Yep.
jam. You're not raging though, so you don't
sorry,
have advantage.
Was it strength saving throw?
Strength saving throw.
Yes, strength save.
Okay. 19 natural
19
plus
beats
6.
it. You do not fall prone. You get whapped in the shins real hard, and it stings, but it doesn't take you off your feet.
Ain't the first whip I've taken from a gator. You hear?
And that is going to be... Let's see, that's all the actions, right?
Stuntman Eddie.
Yeah, that's the
Gator Man.
Croc's turn, and Tegan is up.
He's done a lot of traveling.
Yeah. Experimentation on the road.
I was considering switching to Vicious Mockery, but since it's blind now,
At least it's not deaf. If it was deaf, Vicious Mockery wouldn't work.
is there a way to set this to be at
Sure.
advantage? Let's. So there's the first attempt, the 24. 24 to hit total for 3 damage. And then the second one also has a 24 to hit for a full 10 damage. So 13.
Tegan, you let out, what is that, 6 blasts of eldritch energy?
It's only
just
2.
I'm
It's just
thinking
2.
magic missile, I
I just couldn't figure out how to get it to auto roll at advantage.
Okay. I think you just put !A in the message and it'll roll with advantage. Or if you do !D, it'll do with disadvantage.
Well, if I was entering it all in manually, then I would know how to do it, but I don't know how to just click on the little paper airplane action tab here.
Yeah.
Make
Sorry,
it-
I would like to optimize these sheets, but it's like run off of a special version of Python, and like any sort of computer coding it makes my brain start to melt. So I'm doing my best with keeping these character sheets as usable as possible, but I definitely don't mind people dice rolling and looking up their stats on other places. But
you rolled the
those
crocodile's
two-
attack at disadvantage, right?
I
Again.
rolled neither of those with disadvantage.
Okay, because blinded condition also imposes disadvantage on the crocodile when it attacks.
I could re-roll those real quick to see if I spare
Up to you for the future, but
14 and 24. So I'll just say that's a re-roll with disadvantage, and a 14 I don't think hits Eddie, so whatever bludgeoning damage I just gave you, which I think was an 11 bludgeoning, whatever that was.
14,
It was
yeah.
16 bludgeoning, so yeah, give yourself back 16 hit points.
aha,
'cause
I got you, Eddie.
that
Thank
should
you.
have
Back to full.
missed.
Thank you, glorious DM, lord of our
But
game.
Tegan, you do blast this thing with 2 bolts of Eldritch Blast that are so fucking overkill. What do you want this explosion of lizard meat to look like, considering that you have a friend clamped in its jaws?
Yeah. Here's how it's going to work. Right off of Dratari's shiny new armor, I'm just going to rebound them to hit the angle of the eyes that are already blinded, and make sure that blinded is super permanent in more ways than one. Never see nothing ever again.
So yeah, your 2 Eldritch bolts kind of like arc around, kind of like making making almost a parenthetical shape top down, and kind of like the left one goes in one eye and out the other, the right one goes in one eye and out the other, and the crackling essence of just like the radiating kind of toxic flow of this eldritch blast not only obliterates the eyes, but obliterates the whole neck and jaw mechanism, and the head tumbles forward. The top of the head and the jaw come apart, and Dratari just tumbles out with some pretty good bite wounds in there, but I don't think she took any more damage than the original bite. I don't think every other turn she took grappled that way was giving her more damage. But yeah, that ends the combat. Y'all fucked that thing up good.
Oh, and before I forget, on that same note, I'm just going to quickly do, what is that called? The hand heal to just quickly get myself back to full health.
Lay on hands.
Lay on hands. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There we are. Thank you, guys.
So do we want to go back to having Eddie be an invisible scout? I'll ask that in character.
I mean, it's worked
Well,
pretty
I'm
well
fine
so
with
far.
that.
I don't need any longer than like 90 seconds, but if anybody wants to pee real quick, I'm gonna pee real quick.
Oh, sure.
That's a perfect opportunity for me to bring up. All right, still haven't picked. It's either shield
Oh, yeah.
or hellish
Go ahead.
rebuke. They're both so fun. Well, one of them's really fun and one of them's really good.
I mean, both are really good. I personally like hellish because, I mean, you're a barbarian. You take
Yeah.
half damage from
Yeah.
most things and have a lot of
But
help.
Shield
the
lets
thing-
me be really dumb for one turn, though.
Yeah.
Like, really dumb.
Shield
See,
helps
you need
in that
something that lets
turn.
you always be done.
Shield helps
True.
in that turn before you have a chance to rage.
Yeah. I was thinking that, yeah, anytime we get, like, hit by, like, 4 enemies at once, and it's that one-turn stack-up damage, I think I am going to go shield. It's not as fun, but Stuntman Eddie has other fun things to do. I think that also means I can drop the shield and go two-handed, because there's not as much of a risk anymore.
You know those mugs that are like world's okayest DM? I should get one that like world's has to piss the most DM.
If you're gonna two-hand and get rid of your shield, I'll take the shield.
Yeah, if you go for it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Shield for you. I'll take it out of my inventory.
I'll take the shield. I won't use it, but I'll take it. We give it to Jack, and in the next town you hear him yelling,
Sled.
"Shield for sale! Used by the one and only Stuntman Eddie!
Half price just for today.
Bidding starts at 100 gold pieces."
Okay.
How do you?
Right, so some of the map has been revealed a little bit. Again, whoever is leading the way, kind of tell me how many squares in what direction you're trying to go. I feel like I thought it was Mono leading the way last time, but I was mistaken, and it was actually Eddie leading the way
It was
last time.
definitely
Mhm.
Stuntman
Yeah, it was
Eddie,
Eddie.
our God King.
I'm cool with that.
And I have just now re-upped invisibility on.
So yeah, Eddie, where are you trying to get to next?
Let's see. Where are we trying to get to next, actually? I'll turn
It
around.
looks like there's a couple structures up ahead. They also look mostly like ruins.
Should I be looking at the little map or the big map?
The little map.
Okay, party map.
I did snap players to views. I don't know if that button's not working right now.
I think it did, and I moved it around.
I mean, we're trying to figure out where exactly Lysaga's hut is, and then once there, seeing if we can't gank her stuff, or... Oh yeah, we want to find the hut. When we're ready to full force charge her, summon the Shadow Assassin out of the mirror, and then we're going to try and kill her and save the
Yep.
ravens.
Okay.
That was the plan.
And I'm gonna rage in advance on this one since I can.
I've been mute the whole time.
Well, that'll be once we find out where she is.
Yeah. Well, let's go south then. We've gone.
How many squares are you designating until your next checkpoint?
How far is each square? 100 feet. Let's go 25 right here.
Okay.
I'll stop if I see anything out of the ordinary.
Well, get your D20 and be prepared to roll it 5 times. But if you roll an 8 or lower, stop and tell me. Or if you roll a 20. So if you roll a 9 through a 19, roll again. 5 times.
14. 5.
5.
That didn't take too long.
This? Okay. Give me a second here to add these. And then, where's the party? Take just a little bit, because of course this map is fucking unwieldy.
Okay. Take your time.
Where did they go? Okay, they're right next to you. That's good. Eddie, make a perception check. And at this point, you are fully off of good terrain. You're fully in
Gotcha.
God words.
And
This one?
there isn't a road to follow in a different direction.
Yeah, no. At this
Okay.
point, there's kind of the only 2
Makes
roads.
sense.
Yeah.
And at this point, the topology is going low enough that it's getting more and more stepping
Gotcha.
through water
Okay.
and stuff.
So there's no way
Going through
to
the
rise
iron
above
muck.
the mucky muck now. That's okay.
What about our stilts?
I didn't hear what you said, but I believe it was a Tenacious D reference.
That it was.
All I heard was mucky muck, but I didn't hear the full sentence.
What I said was, so what you're saying is there's no way for us to rise above the mucky muck now.
Yeah, no. Dratari did bring up stilts, though. I don't know if using stilts in a bog because it's bad terrain would not also half your. If you don't have proficiency in stilts, I feel like using stilts would half your movement, and those 2 things might counteract each other. But good idea.
Okay. Thank you.
But specifically, I think I asked Eddie, since he's leading the pack, to make a perception check.
Perception check. Let's do it. That is a nat 1.
Uh-oh.
Sick.
Don't worry. It's +2.
Don't worry, guys. There's nothing in front of us.
Don't worry. I wasn't. It's fine. I wasn't worried. Oh.
Y'all could add yourself to initiative, or I'm adding you all to initiative. You could just roll and put in your numbers.
Look, it's a tree. The tree is moving. Oh, actually, that would happen here.
Right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Jack, not so nimble.
You know, as good as Shield and Hellish Rebuke are, it suddenly occurs to me that Gift of Alacrity would give you an extra D8 on every single initiative check for the rest of the day.
That's pretty good. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast.
Duration 8 hours. Dang.
Yeah,
Oh, would be
I,
pretty good.
Really move. Eddie, he's got an attitude. Eddie.
It is back to calm.
Back to
That,
reality. Oh,
they
there goes
have
gravity.
a surprise round on you.
Yeah. Oh.
A
But
and
shield is
K
good for this.
are making attacks against Dratari.
Okay.
The first one is a 17 to hit.
Nope.
And I can't use a reaction in surprise round, right?
No. Unless Tegan wants to correct me. I'm just saying.
I don't think so, but
Because that sounds right.
I mean, there.
I mean, I feel like
The
you could be surprised by
it's
falling.
well, it's not surprise
and
round.
use
It's surprise
featherfall.
condition.
Surprise condition, you cannot act until basically it's been around past you in initiative 1. You can't take any form of any reaction.
Okay.
Right. That's what I was.
I was going to make the other argument because, featherfall, I'd say, like, as a reaction, you could be surprised by the act of falling and still react and featherfall, but fair enough, rules is rules. Right, so there was 2 bites against Dratari. The first one was only a 10. I'm pretty sure that misses. The second one is a 17.
And that misses as well.
All right.
Yeah, it just
2
says like
attacks
yeah, go ahead.
from D and T towards Eddie. The first one is a 7. The second one is a 26.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a little better.
And that is 7 piercing damage. And you have to make a Constitution save.
Okay. Sorry, 7 piercing damage. That's not too bad. And Constitution save.
Are they snakes? Can't tell.
I'm pretty good at those.
Yes, snakes.
Yeah. Oh, they're snakes. Okay, I couldn't tell.
Well, not that good. 3 plus 6. 9. And I guess that doesn't work.
Okay, sorry. No, it was a DC 10.
So close.
And
Just
an
under.
additional 19 poison damage.
Wait.
Well, I am resistant to poison. So
Yeah.
I'll
So
take
half
less.
of that. So 9.
Sweet.
Yep.
How do you poison a bone?
That clicking noise, I'm not 100% sure what's causing it.
It's Steven.
I don't know
think
if
he has
everybody-
a fan or something.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. I'll turn
Dratari.
that off. Yeah. I didn't even notice that it was making any interference. One moment.
I don't think it was earlier, which is odd.
No, it's
Yeah,
been doing
going
it
the whole time.
Oh,
Okay.
But it has gradually been doing it more and more for some reason.
Okay.
And I feel like I've heard it in other episodes and assumed it was something in my audio setup doing it, but I just like muted everything real quick and was still hearing it. So I was like, no, I think
Okay.
that's something else.
I'll try
I thought it was
Huh.
I thought it was the visual audio, like a typing sound effect.
That is huh.
There you go. Is the clicking gone?
No,
No.
it's
No.
definitely still there.
It's a computer itself.
I was
It's a
gonna
fan.
ask, is it the internal fan?
It's a
Which would
computer
explain
fan.
why it got worse with time.
Yep. In that case.
Turn the computer off for a couple of minutes. No, that's not gonna work.
Just gotta tighten a couple of screws or something.
Yeah, it's the computer fan itself. I'll need to see if I can try to... This is probably not the moment for it, so I'll look for another time to try to switch this to another setup or something.
Yeah, if you go into your voice and video settings too, you could probably increase or decrease your input sensitivity a bit so that it wouldn't trigger unless you were talking.
Okay.
Although that's a little more difficult to troubleshoot without someone
Like on the fly.
yeah, someone listening and telling you, which we could do real quick.
Here.
Which I think we probably should do, actually.
Okay, I'm in
That might be
user
worth it.
settings now. What?
It's
Where
the
would that
voice and video under app settings.
There
Third
you are.
section.
Input sensitivity. All right.
Yellow and green bar that you drag a slider.
Yeah. How's that? Better or worse?
Much worse.
Okay. Either way.
There's also other settings like crisp and noise and I don't know what, like the codecs that you scroll further down on that same tab. But I feel like most of those are turned on by default, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah. How about this? Is this good now?
I think that's as good as it's going to get because it's only going while you're talking, which is pretty unavoidable unless one of those settings helped with background noise, but definitely better.
Sweet. Yeah, I think I
can live with that.
Now. Sweet. I guess whatever character I make next has to be a robot World of Fragments sound in the back.
But that is the surprise round over, and Eddie, did you? No, you did get poisoned, and you had resistance to it. So yes, that happened, and Eddie is up first.
So, was I just rolling against the poison damage, or was I also rolling a saving throw against being poisoned?
It was a DC against being poisoned.
Oh, then that's a different... Yeah, so I do have resistance to poison damage, but I also have advantage against
Being poisoned?
being poisoned, so I would have had one more roll.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
13 plus 6.
That
So
does beat DC.
And then does that change the damage, or does that change just the effect of being poisoned?
Half
sure what-
as much, so 7.
Okay, and then half of that, so it would have been 3, right?
Or no, I'm sorry, half of
I see what you're saying.
half of 19, which would be 9, and then you take half of that, which would be 4.
Okay.
Is that correct?
That is maths.
Yep.
Sounds right.
Yeah, it's hard to poison these bones.
Big old pile of them bones.
I just have really good saving throws in general.
Nice.
I'm also good at dex and death saves.
Anyways, I think it's still your turn, right?
Oh yeah. Well, I'm pissed, royally pissed,
So mad.
and you all know what that means. I'm going bear crazy, using my bonus action to enter rage.
Are you tired of these mother hiking snakes and this mother hiking swamp?
Yes, I am. And I am now going to use my two-handed woodcutter's axe. Finally bringing out the D10.
Woo!
Against which one?
Oh, which one poisoned me? Was that T or D? Or tried, which one got
I
a
don't
hold
think
of the
I
old?
differentiated which one was which. It was one of those two.
I'll go for.
I'll say the second one, or I'll say T, because of assuming I was going in left to right
well,
order. The second one.
always T for T, so it's gonna have to take this
Always.
attack, and that is a 2 + 6 is 8 to hit. I don't think that's working.
Nah.
All right, well I'm gonna just do it again then.
These are big snakes, but they're also slippery.
Okay, and then that's a 14 to hit.
14 just hit.
Can I redo both of those because I rolled them both with a D10 instead of a D20? I haven't used a D20 in like literally 2 years. I was real excited.
Huh.
Okay, let me try this one more time. All right, 9.
Does
So
not.
15 to hit. That's
15
9 plus
does.
6. Oh, sweet. Now the D10. 2. So that's a 5 slashing damage. Unless these snakes are plants.
They are snakes.
Okay. It's just the
They
5.
are not snake blights.
Oh, I'm putting together another adventure right now, and I have Sunless Citadel, so I have the tree, and was like, oh, this sounds really familiar. Oh wait, we for sure did this. All the blights. 16 plus 6, 22
Yep.
to hit. 2 plus 3 is another 5 slashing damage.
And these are both axe attacks.
Yep. And
Yeah, both swinging through. These are kind of like swarms of slithering snakes. You're missing a bunch of them, but you are managing to nick and cut and get snake blood around, and they look unpleased
Sweet.
by that.
I'll lean in real close and say, "Sucks to be you," and then I'll end my turn.
Alright, Tegan is up next.
Okay, I'm gonna walk up to here and then past Jack Jr. and basically be trying to hold the Golthius staff out, since as long as I'm attuned to it, beasts can't stand being near me, within 30 feet of me. So I'm just kind of trying to piss them off. By
You
sheer
are getting
presence.
one opportunity attack, which was an 18.
That would hit.
And it is 9 piercing damage.
Okay. Do I have to do any of
DC
the...
Constitution. Just me.
An exact. So. And then I'm going to Eldritch Blast AK.
Okay.
Eldritch Blast.
14 to hit,
Ian pretty sure does it.
and then
So
25
close to
definitely doesn't it. So 12 total at, or which one at which one?
3 on A, 9 on K. Basically, I'm just trying to spread out piddling amounts of damage in order to help assist them be uncomfortable near the Golthius staff.
Mhm.
I'm just basically trying to hope that I can force them to retreat. But yeah, from the saving throw, did I take any more
You
than
beat
the
it.
9? Okay.
And if that is your turn, that would go to the swarm. Making, again, same as first turn, 2 attacks against Dratari.
Right.
The first one is a 16. The second one is a 22.
And that hits.
Both of them do. The second one does.
Oh, wait a second.
Okay. The second one is 8 piercing damage and a DC 10 saving throw. And I'm so sorry I have to pee again. So
No worries. I'll roll in the meantime. As I just say, uh-oh. Is that
Okay,
flash?
so I
Yeah.
wasn't the only one that just lost.
I was thinking the same thing.
It was all of us.
We're all in this together.
That's just D20 with the proficiency bonus, right? Or is there anything extra on that?
D20 plus your Constitution save.
That's what it was. Constitution worked out. There it is. Okay, just +1. 4. Okay.
Okay, 4. So
Yep.
you take an additional 14 poison damage.
All right.
I don't think it considers you poisoned, though. I think it's just additional damage, so you don't have to worry about a condition.
Okay.
D and T are same as the first, going to make 2 attacks against Eddie. The first is a 14 to hit.
Make the first one at when T attacks, make it at disadvantage as Jack Jr. is going to use a reaction.
10 would be the second.
10 does not hit.
Okay. So the second one is not with disadvantage, right?
T is making its attack roll at disadvantage. One of them, anyway.
So D is not.
D is not. The disadvantage has to be on one creature that it can see that's attacking another creature within 5 feet. So D is not within 5 feet of Jack Jr. So
attack from D is only a 12 anyways.
And that does not hit.
And that is their turns. Monty is up.
I am going to call out for Lancelot and tell him to come here, and I am also going to run towards him, dashing. And I am going to pick him up and carry him.
Okay.
It's funnier than it should be.
We're in the muck and there are snakes, and I do not want my dog to die.
I'm picturing you like carefully carrying like a York in mud. Like, no, don't get your dainty paws dirty.
Well, like Eddie and Dratari are just standing in the background
a
with
little
snakes in.
princess collar.
I imagine it's like knee deep or something. Not just like a little mud that he gets on his paws. It's like up to his chin.
Up
You just have
to the chin. I think that's half cover.
Yeah.
There you go.
Not by the mud on his chinny chin.
And I'm just gonna chill there, holding my dog in my arms.
So
That is your turn. It is Jacques up next.
Yeah, I guess. Let's shoot A. I'll make my first attack, and if it's still alive, I'll shoot. Okay, next. Wow, that's probably not gonna hit. 11?
No.
Alright, second time's the charm. Alright, second time is a 21 total to hit.
21 does.
I rolled a 3 and a 13, so. And then, of course, I rolled a 1 for damage. 6 damage! Let's go! To A.
You think you hit it twice, and then you notice that like both of them kind of hit center of mass of this writhing swarm of snakes, but the first one kind of just like happened to get right in between just a section where there was no snake flesh.
Only a true archer could purposely miss all those snakes.
in a writhing mass.
So skilled. It's like shooting someone between the toes, right?
Right.
Just
Any
impressive.
movement or having your metal friend doing anything?
Metal Friend is going to take an attack against T.
Okay.
Excuse me. And he is going to miss horrifyingly.
Okay.
He's going to let out a dejected screeching noise. And then that is going to be my turn.
All right. Dratari is up next.
Okay, and Dratari is pretty hecking over this K snake here. And just does both attacks at him.
Okay.
Yeah. And only hits for 9, which I'm guessing is a no.
No.
And the other one is... There we go. Nat 18, which would then make that a... Let's see, what would that be? 24.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Stop it, table plop.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Usually
Table plop is just out.
when you connect it'll let you back in pretty quick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes, like 12 or 24 hours will go by with a scene open and it'll never ask you to reconnect. I feel like there's maybe peak hours on the server that it happens more often, but people talk about it on the Tableplop Discord. I don't feel like I've noticed it being like a game-breaking issue. It's normally let us back in right away.
And she hits for 10
10.
against K.
A couple of the snakes in this swarm are no longer part of that swarm.
Aha!
Feel a little take that K there, but at least accept the hit on that one.
Any movement or anything else?
I feel like if I try to move, she's just gonna get bitten twice over again. So
Yeah.
might as well just keep there.
All right. It was technically Lancelot's turn. Do you tell him he's a good boy, Molly?
Yes, I do. You are a very good boy.
He wags his tail, and that is his action. Round 2 is top of the round, Stuntman Eddie.
Steady? Stuntman Eddie? Steady?
Yep.
All right, you already know. It's
Clobberin' time? Wait, that's trademarked, isn't it?
It's clubbing time. I think
That's
it's
an act.
the generic. Well, that's the generic clobbering time. You get away with that one.
Copyright neutral clobbering time.
So, does a 13 hit?
Does not.
Then I will do one more of those things. And I don't think that hits either. So it's two big whiffs, and I'll end my turn by stowing my axe.
It's like this is not working out for me.
Switching to your trident.
Yes, next turn I will.
That being everything, Tegan is up next.
I'm so tired of these things already.
I already made my joke earlier, though.
But, I'm just going to start working my way around and putting them at doing to them what I can. As weird as it is to make fun of something that doesn't really have an ego or id,
So much fun.
I'm going to make fun of the sickly color of their scales and vicious mockery A. And it has to make a
Speak
wisdom.
your truth, Tegan.
It has to make a wisdom save DC 14.
They
You're a
have to
You're a
understand your language.
scalist. That's what you are.
They do not.
That's a natural 4, so I don't care what I add to the what is wisdom. I don't think snakes are smart enough to.
If the target can hear you, parenthetical though it need not understand you.
Plus
They
0 on
they got
wisdom.
the message.
Full 4.
You just sent
who are
that
you
entire
targeting on
swarm
that
of
one again?
snakes spiraling into a depression.
So
Charlie
I
Brown
do need to roll the damage for it since they failed.
Which was the target?
A. A takes 3 psychic damage. I gave the snake swarm a headache. Don't ask them how this works. Don't try to make it make sense. It
Which
just
was
happens.
The target, eh?
You. But so that the first time A tries to attack anyone or anything on its next action, it's going to do so at disadvantage.
All of these things kind of swarmed up on you as like a big group, and now like Swarm A is looking a little self-conscious, like, yeah, but did the rest of the group really like us, or did they just invite us as... Anyways, anything else you were doing with your turn?
No, I don't think anyone's hurt badly enough that I have to go into caregiver mode, so I shall end there.
Swarms are up next, and A is feeling vengeance against you. It's a disadvantage, right?
Yep.
Where are my actions? Over here. Bite. A 12 and a 26. So a 12 hits you? I don't think it does. You're like a 14.
That is correct.
So yeah, with disadvantage, it like goes to bite you, but I think it like just gets its little teeth like on the toe of your leather boot, and like eyeballs look up at you like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And that was that one's attack. K is going against Dratari. That's a 13 to hit, which again I don't think that hits you.
Nope.
D and T are going against Eddie. Are you giving
T-
one of them disadvantage?
T has disadvantage, yes.
I was just about to say I was.
The
That's
first
what
one
happens
is
when you spill the
8
tea.
with a disadvantage from T. From D is a 24, which I think hits.
I meant I'd like to give D disadvantage.
I am very forgiving and retroactive. Like, but no, fuck you and fuck that. Respectfully.
I heard the respect in your voice when you said it. It's fine.
Respectfully, fuck you.
Implied respect.
No,
Yeah, so a
parentheses,
24
respect.
I think hits Eddie.
Yeah, it does.
And that is 10 piercing damage
And that'll be 5. Since I'm
and
raging.
a DC 10 saving throw, which I think you said you had advantage against those because it's poison based.
Yes. So, what is that? Oh, 8 and then 1. So 8 plus 6, 14.
Yeah, it beats it. It's a DC 10.
Oh, that's right.
So no poison from them, and I think that's all for swarms. And Manu is up next. You are cuddling a pup. You have any one-arm spells with that much range, or?
No, not with that much range, but
Just like I cuddle the pup harder.
yeah, I have to dash, but I can make it up that far. And yeah.
Go on.
He is.
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Oh, no actions because you had dash.
Yeah, I dashed, so I could make it up that far.
All right. Jacques is up next.
Hit me, Jack. So I guess I'll shoot A again. I don't know. Yeah, I'll shoot A again.
Okay.
And casually whiff, I'm sure. 15 to hit?
15 does hit.
Yes. Okay, cool. I guess I'll do damage first for that one. I would love to stop rolling ones. 6 damage.
6 is not bad.
Wow, that's the least I can do, so I'm glad you think so. If A is still up, I'll shoot A again.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 22 total to hit on that one.
Yeah, that hits.
Just barely. 12 points of damage on this one, which is significantly better than 6. Twice as good, in fact.
Better, and this swarm is looking like it's only got a few snakes left that are still moving in it.
Haha! Nothing with that, just haha. And then Jack Jr. is going to move 1 square over. He can maybe... That way he can, you know, interfere with T attacking either of his friends?
You say that questioningly.
Yeah, well... Jack Jr. is kind of an, you know... It's a
little shit.
Yeah, that too. And then he's
gonna have a bit of a mouth on him.
It's gonna attack T.
Okay.
And that's... I rolled 14 again for a 21 to hit.
That hits.
And this time... that's maximum damage. For 11 points of force damage to T.
It's not bad. It's the first time that swarm's been hit.
Take that, Pest Extermination Jack Jr. reporting duty. Yeah, I think that's it. Not much point in using any spells or anything. Swarms of snakes.
Dratari is up.
Alright. So, still mad at Kay for being a little shit. So, I'm going to first go against Kay. 16 to hit.
Yep.
Sweet.
Every kiss begins with K.
Every kill begins with K.
That too.
Alright. In that case, that will make 8 for damage.
8.
8.
Wheat?
All right, this swarm. You make a big slash through, and any that were still moving are just bisected. And swarm A is no longer a swarm.
Sweet. And then I go against... I actually was meaning for that for K, but I'll still take out A then. In that case, I'll just...
Oh, you were aiming for K? I mean,
Yeah.
I could switch the damage over. What was the damage you just rolled?
8.
8. So I could take 8 away from here, remove, and add 8 to here. Actually, no, I didn't remove that, so I'll just remove the manage conditions. That did not kill K, though.
Okay. Well, one more hit then, because Dar's definitely more pissed off the K at this point, especially with A being, you know, having imposter syndrome or whatever it's going on. Shoot. What would that be? 11 to hit?
That doesn't.
Dang. Alright.
That was a good stretch on that imposter syndrome there. I
Thank
don't know if anybody else picked that up.
Oh,
Totally
yes.
did. Didn't want to.
It was a
interrupt
stretch.
you,
I was hesitant on congratulating you on that. But...
I will take every bad pun I make.
It was a stretch.
There you go. If I can laugh at my own bad pun, I'll laugh at yours. Yeah.
I will hiss at your bad puns.
Actually, sorry, I completely forgot that I had this move for a long time. I should actually probably use it. And as my last, what is it, bonus action, use Shield Master Shove to at the very least, who do I want to shove? Probably D away from us.
Okay.
Just so that it's, like, not hitting us. Eddie?
What is a strength save?
Let me double check on the verbiage there. Okay, yeah. You can use your bonus action to try to shove a creature within 5 feet of you with your shield.
You make an opposed athletics check.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
That's a natural 19. I don't know what the athletics is. Where's my
Strength
athletics?
modifier if you don't have any ranks in it.
So 18's -1.
19.
Nice. So is it back 10 feet?
5 feet.
Yeah, you can either
and it was
knock it
D?
back 5 feet or knock it prone. But
Was
I
it
don't
D
think
you're
you can
knocking
make a
back?
swarm prone.
you can't. But you can't make a swarm prone. Yeah, it's just
So let's just say, like, it goes back 5 feet. Just
stating for future reference against non-enemy.
But was it K or D you're pushing back?
D is in dog.
And are you pushing south or are you pushing diagonally southeast?
Let's go right here.
Okay. All right.
It's not pushing it that far away, but oh well. At least I'm
Anything
using a
else
move.
with your turn?
That's bad.
That was bonus action. Lancelot is being a good boy in your arms. Any interaction you're doing there, Monty?
Nope, just hold it.
All right. Top of round 3, Stuntman Eddie is up.
Alright, I'm gonna draw Kevin's blood fork.
Ooh.
And I'm gonna use Kevin's blood fork.
Fucking Kevin.
Did you already mention the name Kevin before or no?
Well, that's what Eddie remembers it as. That is definitely not what this weapon is called. But
Kevin.
and that's a 8 plus 6, so it's a 14 hit.
14 just hits.
Wonderful.
Sweet.
All right, and then that is 5 plus 5, 10. Oh no, not 10. 8 piercing damage. Forget the blood fork is a little
Against,
weaker.
I'm sorry, which
T.
one?
T.
8 damage.
Yeah, 8 piercing damage.
It's a couple good hits against that one.
Okay. If it's still if it's still slithering, I'd like to do it again.
Okay, do it again.
That is a 18 to hit. So
18 hits.
that is 7 plus 5. So 12 piercing damage.
That is
Is
a
that height?
lot of this swarm. Seeing some of the swarming snakes kind of jettisoning dead bodies from their pile. But it is still swarming. Anything else with your turn? Bonus action movement?
No, I think that's the end for me.
Next up is Tegan.
Who looks worse between A and K?
I think A, but let me check. A for sure. Not by a whole lot, but A. They both look pretty close. They're both in the single digits, let's say.
Yeah, because definitely at 8 killed it last time, so.
Well,
Before
I was
to,
I was considering doing magic missile, but I suppose I'll just stick to the cantripping, and I'll actually do what I did the first round again, and split it 1 to each, and just hope I get lucky on A.
Tegan be cantripping, yo.
That's only 3 damage, but it's on a crit, so that would be 13 damage by your rule.
Oh yeah, that's overkill for that one.
Yeah, just a bit. And
Nice.
then 9 to hit, which I'm guessing misses K.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. And that's all.
Okay.
In the words of Porky Pig, that's all, folks.
Swarms are up. And D is going to be slithering back in. I think K, D, and T are all going to be making attacks against Eddie. Jacques, are you making one of them with disadvantage? Which would
T
be
will be
I'm
made at
guessing
yeah,
the
T
only
would be
one you
made.
can? Okay.
T will be made at disadvantage.
Actions. Not disadvantage, not disadvantage. This one disadvantage. So the first one is a 23, which I'm pretty sure hits.
That is a hit.
10 piercing damage.
All right. And I will half that.
And DC 10 Constitution save, which you have advantage on.
Yes. Okay. And a nat 20.
So 2 poison
I'm all good.
damage. So half of 8.
Okay.
Okay, the second one was a 21 to hit with
That's a hit
10
too.
piercing damage.
All right, and that'll be halved to 5.
And then another DC 10 Constitution saving throw with advantage.
And that's 4. That's a 10.
So a 10 beats it. So
Beats it,
half
yeah.
of half of 16. So 4?
4. Yep.
4, 8, 6, yeah, 4. Okay, and then the third one was disadvantage, so that's a 22 and a 10. A 10 does not hit, correct?
Nope.
So thanks to Jack Jr., you were hit twice instead of 3 times.
Thank you, Jack Jr.
And that 22 was a lot of damage too. So the swarms are done, and it is Manu who is up.
All right, I'm just gonna scooch there, and I am going to cast Word of Radiance. So D and T need to make Constitution saving throws.
6 for D and 2 for T.
All right, they
fail.
Yep, they both fail, so they both take a whopping 3 radiant damage.
For a split second there, though, I did think that you were just gonna say, "Oh yeah, Mom just pets a dog." That's all, and it's his turn.
T is looking like there's only
take care
about
of the
2
goodest boy.
snakes alive left in that pile.
That's all for my turn.
D is still looking pretty healthy, and K is also looking pretty bad, but T is looking like there's only 1 or 2 snakes left in that pile. But Manu being done, Jacques is up.
All right, I'm gonna shoot K.
All right.
With a natural 18 on die to hit, I'm gonna assume that hits.
Yep. Unless you subtract 4 to that.
I do not. I add 8. 8. That was 12 damage to K.
That is all of those snakes done.
Haha.
You
like to imagine
managed
there are like
to
2.
basically like shish kebab, like
Aha.
Snake skewer. Basically.
Haha. Dinner will be served. And then I'm also going to take a shot at T, try to get them out of the way since they're looking rough.
Okay.
Would that make us a snake eater?
Yeah.
Snake eater.
Snakes aren't
Thank
bad
you.
though. They really aren't. 18 to hit.
Yeah.
And for damage, not quite as good, but that's still 11.
One turn,
Aha.
Jacques manages to eliminate 2 of these piles.
Choo-choo.
And then there's a third swarm that still has been hit relatively few times. But,
Snakes on the menu, boys. And then Jack Jr. is going to step into the swarm of snakes. Well, dead snakes. That way he can protect whomever D decides to attack. And he is going to attack D himself.
okay. I just moved that aside because I couldn't see.
With a wonderful, beautiful, amazing, epic nat 1 to hit.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, that kills it instantly.
Yes, I knew it. 1 is the strongest
That's good
number after
rolling.
all. But he was number 1.
He's badass one, but the loneliest number is the number 1.
Yep.
Any bonus action or movement, or you did move?
I'm good. I'm good. I took a 5-foot step up so I could protect the 2 of them. I keep forgetting that Stuntman Eddie's token has a fucking chair.
Come on, Eddie. Why did you switch to the?
I was trying
you
to
have a
figure
chair.
out like
The thing is,
what.
Scout must have done that because I didn't do that. I'm
No,
out
I
of
did
the
that.
game
I
on
did that.
this platform.
She did that
Yeah,
in real time.
I think my
Last
unspoken thing with Stuntman Eddie is while I'm
And it's
holding the
Stuntman
chair,
Eddie with a steel
at the beginning
chair.
of combat, he drops the chair and picks it up at the end of combat, if he can.
All right.
Beautiful.
But yeah, Dratari is up next.
And yeah, she basically just stabs straight into D.
All right.
Sorry.
That's
And the first one is a 10.
It does not hit.
I am so glad I have double hits. Or double attack, whatever it's called.
Extra attack?
Extra attack, thank you. I mean, this one didn't help. This one's a 9.
Yeah, that also doesn't hit. Just
So
like
yeah, Dratari...
plunging twice into this writhing pile of snakes, and both times you just manage to find like the
rock.
snakeless pile.
And
this action
yeah,
movement.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's like, yeah, she tries to go one in, one out, both basically just missing, and just being pissed at this little snake pile. Almost Spartan kicks to shove it away again.
Lancelot, or you're shoving it away. What saved? Or it's a constant
Athletic.
strength.
Athletics. Opposed athletics check.
So 8 from D.
Now you roll a 16 die. Okay, yeah, that would make that a 22.
I think you won.
So, are you going just south 1?
Let's just make it south 1.
Okay.
At that point, she's just more ticked than anything else.
At this point, Lancelot is actively growling at the snakes like he wants into the fight.
No.
Assuming
No.
Long holds tight, that goes to the top of round 4, which is Stuntman Eddie.
They're weak. Let me at them.
And
Let
it's
me
gonna-
at him.
it-
Let me at him.
It's simple. It's trident time. I'm trying to get those. The blood fork gives me temporary hit points if I'm able to reduce someone to 0 hit points. So I'm trying to
Ooh,
get
nice.
a little bonus before the Baba Yaga fight.
Good idea.
And I'm not doing it with a natural 1.
Oh no!
And I'm not doing it with a 3 either, so.
Uh-oh.
You need to move up if you're gonna attack it, but
Yeah,
Does-
unless you have
does your
modifier of
fork
11.
have reach or
That's
something?
that's probably why I was missing.
I propose to make that canon.
I am.
so-
I like to
raging.
picture Dratari shoving like all the snakes out of the way and Stuntman Eddie just stabbing the ground like, where's snakes at?
Actually, I want to be completely fair about this. That's also completely realistic because Stuntman Eddie was a bugbear who had the extra reach
I
on their
know.
turn.
I almost kept him as a regular bugbear for that reach. Very cool, but
So you have a character that's so used to having that extra reach, and then suddenly has to remember to step forward. I don't mess with anyone.
Oh yeah, I like that as an idea. For explaining away the whiff.
Bugbear arms.
get over here.
Get over here.
All right, I'll guess I'll get over there.
I was gonna say, if
Well,
you want that
if
ability,
you
need to be a
insist.
warlock.
No, that's it for me though.
Tegan would be up next.
We can make people get over here. It's called Vortex War.
I'm gonna do something kind of hinky.
It's my
That would be
offensive
H. H was the word. Hinky, not kinky. So anyway,
Yeah, I was hearing that as well.
4K no
what-
los dos.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move up to here and then ready a help action for when Stuntman Eddie attacks D, so that Stuntman Eddie will have advantage, so that you can try to claim the temp HP. Because
Okay.
Tegan is Eddie's fan.
Well, thank you, little lady.
And I will end.
And now she's swooning.
He is a Stuntman
Alright.
Eddie fan.
Oh,
Up next is the Swarm, who is going to go ahead and just make an attack against Eddie. Jack Jr. is not close enough to impose disadvantage, right?
Nope, somebody shoved the snake away.
Sorry. She was angry.
It
She was
seemed like a
frustrated
good
and
idea.
No matter. That's an 11 to hit, and I don't
Yep.
think that
No,
is.
that's not gonna make it.
that's the snake's
Luckily.
turn. And after the snake is Mono.
I am just going to do Word of Radiance again, so the snake has to make a con save.
Oh, that's a natural 5. What the fuck is your constitution? Because I don't think it's gonna. Yeah, 0. So a total of 5.
6 radiant damage.
All right.
Radiation damage.
This one has been the one that's hit the least, so this one's still pretty healthy, but that was still a lot compared to what it had. Yeah.
And I will scooch that way.
I'm going to opportunity attack.
Go for it.
It's 21 to hit.
That hits.
10 piercing damage. And a DC 10 Constitution save.
I fail.
That is 11 poison damage.
Ouch, okay. This is quite a bit of damage. That's my turn.
Oh yeah, that's why Dratari was pissed.
And after Manu would be Jacques.
Hit me, Jacques. Shoot it! I don't know why I'm like looking at the map like I'm gonna do anything other than a damn pile of snakes. Oh boy, I rolled a 3 to hit. So that's an 11. Does an 11 hit?
No.
Oh no, foiled again. My next one was a natural 19, so I'm sure
That'll probably do it.
I mean, a 27?
Yeah, big time.
And I roll maximum damage for 13.
13
Nice.
is a lot compared to the hit points it currently had.
Haha! I am the Snake Slayer.
It was not 100% of the hit points it currently had, but it was a lot of them.
Damn it.
So this one is also looking beyond bloodied.
Surprise!
But there is Jacques Jr.
Yep, he steps forward, he makes his attack. I roll a fucking 4, and then I get saddened. That's how this works. Because I already know an 11 doesn't hit. We went over that last.
Assuming that's both of y'all, Dratari is up next.
You know what? I'm surprised they never really actually used this yet, so let's just do it now. Especially with the snakes far enough away. Like you said, it's pretty much bloody, right?
Yeah,
Actually-
this one's doing pretty bad.
How does the help action work again? Because that might actually be a little bit easier to deal with.
So was it Tegan gave Dratari the help action as her action last turn?
Oh no, to Eddie.
Not.
Okay, to Eddie. That's what I thought.
And in
Yeah, like
actuality, I haven't actually taken the help action yet. What I did was I
You're
used
holding
my
your
action
action.
to ready.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, if you wanted
You were
to
holding a help action for Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my question was, especially since it seems like that'll be the more helpful thing of giving him more temporary hit points, and just do that with my action. And if so, does it actually help anything, or is it only really helpful for one person to do so? Since I'm
If
not
you just
familiar
do
with
what with your action?
think it'd still be good because it would give me an additional action to use with advantage, basically.
Yeah,
And I can't attack
Okay.
twice, so plenty of options there.
exactly.
Okay. In that case, she just runs up and basically is just getting ready to help you do the slam dunk as
I just
well.
have Tegan holding like one arm, Dratari holding the other arm, giant mech suit.
Yes. No, that was Little Junior. That was Jock Junior earlier in the false memory.
Jack Jr. is the head.
Yes.
So Dratari runs up trying to get a front row seat of this killing move of these
It's
shitty
fine, guys.
things.
And basically
we can Voltron Jack Jr. It's fine.
And yeah, just
Lancelot
It's
is
fine, we can do it.
We have
struggling
enough
against
people. We'll
Manu
Voltron it.
because Lancelot really wants to do the killing move. I don't think Manu is going to allow that to happen. And then Stuntman Eddie is up. Tegan has set you up with the assist. You
And
got
I'm-
your blood fork ready.
and just in case I have you
You
set
foul
up with the other
beastie.
assist.
I'll do full on Stuntman Eddie voice for this.
Hell yeah.
Does a 22 hit?
That does, Donkey.
That was great timing for all of that.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Full damage.
Hell
Plus
yeah.
5. It's not that crazy. It's just, but it is 13 damage.
That is overkill. What do you want this
Alright.
fork attack to look like?
I'm just gonna stick a fork in it. It's done.
Haha.
Pin it down to the ground.
A fork in it, like spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
Yeah, you're
Somebody
gonna
touch my spaghetti.
twist it up, and then you're gonna take out some scissors, and you're about to cut, and then some Italian person is like, "No, we put you to jail for this."
A random Italian stereotype just waltz in from Berez.
Somebody touch my spaghetti.
Mario from the Super Mario series.
Okay, that takes
Niggas.
us out of combat.
That is
We did it.
2d6 temporary hit points for me. So
Sweet.
I'll roll that right now. Not
Um,
bad. 9 temp hit points.
While you are observing your surroundings, go ahead and make perception checks and or investigation checks. Anybody who wants to kind of be looking around.
I would love to.
I'm looking around.
One sec.
Not that well.
Have an
13.
investigation. I would like to make an investigation check. I would like to roll higher than a 5, but that's not
Okay.
what the fates have decided.
I got a
Investigation
21
or
for
perception?
perception.
18
So-
for perception.
Would I be able to? Would this be also with sound?
I would say no, because there's a lot of
Call that.
fog, like ambient noises and stuff to kind of mask. And kind of what I'm asking to see if you notice or not is not necessarily sound related. So no, this is not going to be advantageous.
I think
Or-
Mono got the hit there.
I've perceived that it might be sight-based,
It's actually smell based.
but Stuntman Eddie has not.
It's touch
A
based.
nose? Yeah. Sorry, Eddie, you're gonna have to roll disadvantage. You have no nose.
I've got a little.
I think I
left hanging
heard
on there.
an 18 and a 21. Did anybody else get a roundabouts there?
13.
I rolled a 12. Because I rolled a 5.
Ew.
Whoever got the 18, you notice there's a still and unmoving but quite ominous looking scarecrow. There's 2 of them, in fact. There is, you might have to zoom out a bit for me to be able to ping the locations for you. But there's one here,
Oh.
and there's one here.
I saw the first one. Where's the second? Oh,
North of us.
You also notice this building kind of to your south is ruins, but it looks like a former mansion, possibly what was probably the burgomaster's mansion. This is by far the most elaborate structure. Even though it is in ruined form, it seems to be held up the most. And then also to the east of that, kind of down here, there is a goat pen. Tegan, you are hearing those goats, but it wasn't necessarily stuff you were looking for. But that is something you notice, that there are goats in this pen. Who rolled the 20?
Manu?
I did. I got a 21.
I think people were pointing out the scarecrows and the goat pens, and you were looking around. And you look more to your north by northeast, and you notice what looks like a hut set upon a giant tree stump, the roots of which stretch out almost like limbs, kind of like older trees that have their good portion of their roots above ground. They look kind of like spider legs.
I will point that out and ask if that's the kind of place a witch would live.
I mean, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's also a ruined manor. She could live there.
I was actually going to ask,
And
like,
Tegan, I'm sorry for not considering this. There is definitely a sight or a sound element of this. So I'll just say, after your eye line gets pointed in the direction of that hut, you really start to pick up the distressed calls of what sounds like a ton of ravens in captivity.
I'm guessing from the sound of the hut, or
From the
hut?
direction of the hut. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, pragmatically speaking, that's our target.
yeah. If we can, Stuntman Andy doesn't know this, but if we do get the ravens and let them loose, I could also use beast sense to send one off and find Baba Yaga with a little crow messenger bird.
Any of the ones that she's bothered to capture are probably were-ravens.
That too. I wonder why they can't change back.
I would imagine if the cages are too small.
Unless they're just familiars or something of the sort, keeping watch for her. Oh, I need to reconnect. Sick.
She might also just catch every raven she finds, just in case.
There is that.
She's a Ravenclaw.
Either way, sounds like a good place to check out.
Yeah. As a thought,
I remember when I had one of those. Good times.
I doubt it. It probably hurt.
It was probably something else.
So, my thought is try to open as many of the cages as possible. and trying to ask for help from as many Wereraven NPCs as we can. And our assassin. We'll have to have someone other than myself or Manu summon it, since it would seem best to not take unnecessary chances, since we know it takes a different form, but we don't know what the difference is. It seems like that might be something we might not want to take chances with. But yeah.
How's everyone feeling, like, in terms of everyone feeling good to try to get into a battle now, or should we try to heal up a bit?
Yeah, I think one way or the other, we should take a short rest to heal.
Sounds good to me.
That way I can use my healer feat on everyone, and then anyone who spends any hit dice for the short rest also gets my Song of Rest, and that should... I think we should try to make sure that we're at full health.
Good plan. And yeah, Dratari kind of turns to this Burgermeister's kind of castle, or whatever remains of it. Ian, do you hear anything coming from it?
As you're looking towards it, this south end of the village, it's the remains of a mansion built on slightly higher ground. So this whole structure will not be difficult terrain. But it has been reduced to piles of stone and rotting timber. There's empty arch windows that stare at you. South of the ruin, an untamed garden runs rampant, surrounded by broken walls that are no longer able to contain it. And east of the ruin, somebody has erected a crude wooden fence forming a circular yard in which several goats are penned. And surmounting the fence posts are human skulls. But as you linger towards kind of like the, for lack of a more accurate term, like the entrance side of this place, and you're considering taking a long rest somewhere, a ghost takes shape in the fog, assuming the form of a giant of a man. His features are mutilated and his entrails hanging out like frayed ropes. Despite its intimidating presence, the apparition has a cringing light in its eyes. Why do you invade my home? Begone, I beseech you!
Okay, we're just here to deal with Lysaga.
We have no quarrel with you.
We have no quarrel with you or your home. Our quarrel is with the other person and that home.
I am haunted to remain here. But I suffer no company. Begone, please.
How close are we to this guy's home?
You're pretty close to, like, you're seeing him from within what would have been a door frame, but it's ruined. I'd say you're maybe less than 100 feet away.
And how far are we from the Lysaga house?
I'd say you're about 300 feet away from that. And you're about 300 feet away to the west to what looks like a churchyard, and about 300 feet away to the east, the other ruins and the path that is more regular terrain.
How close is the ghost?
The ghost is about 100 feet away.
Is it around there-ish?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Okay, and Lysaga is no.
Well, the hut, you could definitely see the hut is up here. Who knows
Okay.
where Lysaga is? You could run into her
Right.
inside
So-
of the hut, or you could run into her outside of the hut.
All right. Don't want to take chances with the scarecrow. Don't want this guy screaming at us, therefore causing an alert. I really don't want it to get closer. So,
Get it. What
Gonna
keeps you here? Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to ask for people's opinions about trying to edge around this scarecrow slowly and quietly and taking a short rest over this way.
Although on that note, is there anywhere where to really have a good like short rest that's above ground and not in the mire?
It seems like to the west instead of to the east might be a better bet,
Okay.
because it's like a churchyard and it's got a little bit more cover than just the stumps of walls.
Okay.
I will take DM's recommendation on that.
And that would be about like here, which you would be heading to.
And before we leave, I do want to at least pop one of those divine sense just to take a look at both that and the scarecrow.
The scarecrow is evil as fuck. The ghost is neutral good.
Okay. Hang on, let me bring it up just to make sure on that one. Oh, where are they?
Evil as fuck being a technical D&D term, of course.
The scientific
On the
terminology.
scale
It's
of
like,
the alignment, Gary Gygax really liked his. I don't know how to finish that joke.
Okay.
Gary Gygax really
just
liked
Gary.
his drink. What?
what?
His classifications of evil. There's, a little bit evil, and then there's evil as fuck. There's, oh god, how are you even human? I can't improvise other levels. This
Meanwhile-
joke ran its course before I made it.
Meanwhile, Tegan is at she's the Diet Coke of evil right now.
As a side note,
Does Dratari mention the ghost and the scarecrow with your divine sense?
oh yeah, she will point out, like, as soon as when you talk about like plans to go over, she does do like the eyes wide open, try to see what everything
With
that she
eyes
can.
wide open.
Yes. And yeah, as soon as she comes across the scarecrow, she almost winces and go, "Let's give a wide berth to this. We do not want to fuck with this thing." Oh, what came up?
Ooh, that's
That's kind of like the more detailed area of what that looks like. And if you're heading to the churchyard to the west, that's where that is.
Too much zoom, too fast.
I know. I was like, I wish I could be half of the zoom that I'm able to.
Actually, at that point, Dratari does turn to both Manu and Tegan and just ask,
Oh,
"Wait,
okay.
wasn't it in a churchyard like this that you had your other encounter at? The one that you were able to get resurrected at?"
No, that was at a coffin maker's house.
yeah, that happened at a coffin maker.
Okay, so
Some terrible stuff happened at the church.
Yeah.
okay, I think I might be confusing the two then. Never mind. I say that both
We've
in
had
and out
bad
of
stuff
character.
happen in plenty of places. But yeah,
Also-
just the one death. Well, previously.
Yeah.
Oh,
Also,
previously.
Well, yeah, it's about. That's
I
always
was like, I
forgot.
forgot.
Yep.
I started the campaign dead.
And also, I do have to point out for the whole like good and evil thing, like the two people that are technically evil now are not of the races that are usually classified as always evil.
Yeah, the skeleton bugbear is good.
the skeleton bugbear, the
And
tiefling, and the goblin are all like not
the
able.
frog worshipping demon.
You
is-
don't know my affiliation.
Yes.
I mean, I could be evil. You don't know anything.
Well, you are a capitalist.
Haha! Damn right I am.
I feel like I was gonna say chaotic might be a good bet, but I don't know. Lawful to the law of capitalism. Money rules all.
Lawful evil is a thing. Zentarum, Zentarum are big deal in Forgotten
Very
Realms for a
true.
reason.
Oh yeah. Anyways, so we make our way to the church.
It's neutral. He's true neutral.
I wouldn't mind having a little.
Which always ends up feeling evil.
Sorry, Steven, what was that?
So yeah.
I said I wouldn't mind having a little chat with the ghost.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm cool
Totally
with
just the
both
alignment
options.
chart.
Sound great to
Yeah.
me. I'm down for a little nap. We could also nap and then go to the ghost, just in case something bad happens.
That would be
Yeah,
bad,
I think that's a better option because the ghost seems loud and huffy about shit,
Yes.
and I don't want unnecessary attention.
Yeah, because we might have to fight this ghost, or the ghost could even draw the attention of Baba Yaga, and suddenly we're not rested for a fight.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Alright.
It is. Let's find somewhere to honk shoe.
What about this circular area? It looks like it has a lot of good. It has a nice border if nothing else that could at least keep things out, right?
Well, the notion is to go west towards the other picture that has the DM Andy in the corner.
What mode?
Yeah, northwest of the.
Oh, okay, northwest. Got it.
Yep.
I was looking at the other picture. All right.
Is Manu
Oh.
trying to ask questions of the ghost, or is the rest of the party being like, no, you don't want to talk to that one?
Yet.
Hurry everybody along.
Yet.
No. Stranger danger.
More like don't want to be talking to this person with them making all kinds of noise because they don't want us here, and then suddenly we lose all our potential for surprise.
Okay. And actually,
That's the main concern to me.
Well,
I'm
didn't-
down with that. Unless Manu boldly charges forward.
Well, I'm not gonna boldly charge forward, but I mean,
Timidly.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little bit of a chat. I mean, he didn't seem threatening more than just questioning. Like, why are you here? You shouldn't be here. More than
I feel like you shouldn't be here is a little threatening.
Well, I mean, who really should?
Why do you invade my
That's-
home? Be gone, I beseech you.
That's some toxic positivity logic. Well, who should be here?
Be gone. I suffer no company.
we can chat with him later. We'll grab more wine.
Return the slab or something.
Or
like
suffer
that.
knuckles. We
Yeah, it's fine either way.
I just want the whole party to be healed before we try to do something.
I'll
That's
be
my only.
fine.
That's my only thought process.
I'm not gonna die again.
I'm not worried that Manu will die. I'm worried that Manu will make Tegan die.
from over there, they're gonna say that you're afraid that Lancelot was gonna die.
Well, I don't exactly have the opportunity
I'm
to do
fairly
that
certain
yet.
they're
So,
not that
Manu,
hurt
here's
right
my
now.
question. The rest of the party is trying to go west towards the ruined church because it looks like a better place to take a short or long rest before doing the rest of the encounters. And you want to chat with this ghost. Are you going to just drag your heels in the mud while everybody else walks away and risk them saying, no, come on, Manu, you got to come? Or are you just going to go with them and when people are resting, come back and see if you have a chat. I see that this is something important to Manu. Which one is it going to be?
Yeah. If Manu does it, that's totally fine. But
Yeah.
I'll just say that I'll catch up because I just have words.
Immediately narrows eyes at him. Sauce.
Can maybe all roll intimidation on Manu?
I'm proud of
Roll intimidation, or I guess in this case, peer pressure. But
Persuasion pressure.
But I would. Oh no, I'd keep Lancelot with me. He can come with me to meet the ghost.
basically, yeah. Afterward, Dratari does just turn around like, okay, fine, let's talk to the ghost.
You guys don't have to talk to the ghost. You guys can go to the church.
A party split up is not the party.
Okay, I know Dratari, myself, Eddie have all taken damage. How are the Jacks and Manu?
No damage on either of the jacks.
That's what I thought. I don't think Manu's taken a hit either.
I took a little hit earlier, but I can fix myself up really fast.
Yeah, I'm about 3/5 health with 1/5 temp.
Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the healing kit uses on myself, our 2 strength-based peoples, and Manu. That way, if we do get a full short rest in, that healing will become once again available anyway.
Okay.
So that's to Eddie. Damn. Rolled max.
15.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Alright.
Then this is to Dratari. 13.
That is not bad.
Sounds good.
Also very good.
I'm not going to roll for myself because it's 1d6 plus 9 and I took 9. So I can't. I'm full health. Full healed. And then that's for Manu, which is max again for 15.
Jesus Christ.
Healer feat. It good.
I just mean you rolling max on 2 of them and
Does anyone else need hit
bad.
points?
I just
I
gave
would
myself
say-
the last bit of my lay
no,
on
I'm good.
hands for 5.
I'm only
I
missing
would
4,
I
and
would
I'm about to
def-
get them back.
I would
Yeah.
definitely say save your lay on hands,
save your lay on
healing
hands.
spells,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
so that
Okay.
because if we take a short rest, then you're going to be able to spend a hit die, and you'll get my Song of Rest on top of that.
Alright, I'll wait then.
So
Yeah. And lay on hands is for popping people back up.
corpse
Gotcha.
tanking.
Yep. I use 8.
Absolutely.
I restore 18 HP. Why 18? You know why.
The way I like to see lay on hands, slapping the homie on the ass for healing damage.
Way to go, sport.
Yup. Slap Eddie on the ass for 15 healing damage.
Oh, he's fine with that. He barely feels it.
Get back in there, champ.
Anyways, there's a ghostie that we need to chat with.
Yeah. So has mutual aid helping out with hit points happened. Everybody else wander over to the churchyard, and now we just got a little scene with Manu and this ghost.
I think we're all there with the ghost, just in case, but...
Yeah, I don't think if Manu was adamant, so adamant about sticking around and talking to it, Tegan would not have left him.
Yeah, that's safe for
Well,
Dratari.
I'm just gonna headcanon that y'all are hanging out in the back and just observing, because I did already move all your tokens to the other
Yeah,
area.
that's fine.
I'll move them back. if combat happens. But
That's
I'm
fine.
like,
now,
I
my
mean,
body language is
Jack
like
is
so
incredibly disinterested and would absolutely abandon.
just
but
get
with-
ADHD. It's just like, well, I
but with-
really do want to see
yeah.
what that churchyard is like. And
But
this
with
conversation
everybody
is
else, but with everybody else there, he'd be like, well, I
just
better
for
stick
safety.
stick with them. In a dangerous area, I'll stick with the meat puppet shield friends.
But everybody kind of hangs back, and Manu kind of slowly steps forward, getting closer to this ghost. Its eyes are locked on you. There's an anger in its eyes, but also like a sadness and a defeatedness to it. And he says again, "Why do you invade my home? Be gone, please."
No. So
No, we're
go.
not. We're not gonna go. I just. We're here for a purpose, and we're not gonna leave until we accomplish our purpose.
It's like, how
But-
about you?
But who are you?
I was the burgomaster, Ulrich. Laszlo Ulrich. This was my village.
It's like a Metalocalypse character name.
Is he is he elven in nature?
No.
Like
He seems
Oh,
human.
I thought this was the village of the Dusk Elves. I thought they lived here.
This was kind of a cohabitated humans, and this was the one and only Barovian settlement that was not segregated and strictly only humans. This was the place that the Dusk Elves did live. The Burgomaster was a human. It was a human settlement.
Okay.
We don't know how long ago, too, though. No,
Yeah, you
how-
heard like a couple hundred years. I think
Yeah, it was-
Casimir
it
did
was
say how
probably-
long ago.
It was probably a really long time ago, but I didn't write that down if it was mentioned.
Strahd has been a vampire for 400 years, and this was this was within the first 100 years. So this might have been 300 years ago, or
I'll ask him. Why do you haunt this place? Why doesn't your soul cycle like everyone else?
Strahd, he refuses to let my spirit find rest. Because what I did to poor Marina. This curse I deserve.
Because of what you did to Marina?
Yes.
Who's Marina?
Marina was a woman who lived in Berez. Elven though she looked quite Barovian, red of hair and fair of skin. Strahd was already a vampire and an evil overlord of this valley at this time. And he took a liking to our Marina, calling her Tatiana, claiming her to be his own. We've heard tales of him finding young red-headed girls over the years and abducting them, torturing them, turning them to vampires, and who knows what other unspeakable horrors.
Yeah,
This was the consensus of the council, but ultimately this was my responsibility for carrying out the act. We killed Marina rather than let Strahd have her.
Wow, that's
His
a terrible thing.
His wrath was swift and absolute.
Is that
Now
why?
my town is a swamp, and I am a ghost cursed to never rest.
I can see that chain of events playing out. Well, we're here to see what some have called Strahd's mother, Baba Lysaga. We're not here to make a deal. We're here to kill her. And then we're gonna kill Strahd. So maybe after that, you can find some rest.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I will not try to stop you, but there is no aid I can give.
There's no
And-
aid that anyone can give. Everyone here seems fairly useless.
He chuckles at that a bit, and then kind of looks sad. He
Oh,
is
my feelings.
fucking useless. And he says, I wish you clarity in your task and expedience in your execution, and all the protection this broken valley can give you. But please, I beseech you, be gone. Go away from my mansion. If you wish to kill the witch that wanders, it would be a bit more quiet here. I would appreciate it.
Do you maybe have any sort of treasures in your mansion that might be able to help us?
Not unless you count giant poisonous snakes and goats that the Baba sacrifices the blood for, and scarecrows. And I wouldn't go into the goat pen anyways, because the skulls on the fence will sound an alarm. Everything else here is but ruins of my former life.
Okay, well we'll steer clear of here. But we're gonna kill that old witch.
Actually, at that, Dratari does kind of step out just a little bit to just kind of point out, like, so what exactly is the scarecrows?
They're made by the witch. They act as her patrollers, her bodyguards, her servants, her
Ooh.
personal army. I've
Good thing
even
we-
seen them being sent out of the swamp to other places unknown to harass other places unknown. And you do remember that the Wizards of the Wine, they told you about being harassed by similar looking scarecrows.
Gotcha.
Yay.
Is there possibly any other information that you know about Baba Lysaga? Like anything else that we can use to rid her of you, or rid you of her?
She's very dangerous. Her hut itself moves when she needs it to, and it is quite a deadly weapon in addition to being a hovel. And she doesn't even need to use it as transportation. She used as a giant dragon skull as sort of a floating chariot.
Oh, that must have been the dragon that must have been Argynvost.
Sounds metal as fuck.
Yeah.
And that,
Well-
Dratari... Oh, good.
Well, just as you used Speak with Dead to talk to Dratari, maybe after we deal with Lysaga, we can talk to the Dragon Skull, find out who it is, and if it is Argynvost,
That would
that
be
might
cool.
help us deal with
Yeah.
the Revenants and
Does
everything
Speak with
there.
Dead not have any limitations for talking
Yes.
to just a skull that has probably been a skull for over a couple hundred years?
As long
Speak
as
with
it's
Dead
the
will-
skull, we're good.
Oh wow.
If it's
That doesn't
missing the
tell there.
skull, if
What
it's
it-
missing the skull, that's
I
the
was gonna
problem.
say.
Yeah,
But
so
if it's
so it wouldn't work if it was just like a beheaded body, but it works with like the head. Because that's where
Gotcha.
the brain and the memories and all that stuff are.
Well, more to the point, it
Or-
animates
yeah.
the jaw for speaking.
Right.
It has to have a
Yeah.
jaw.
Interesting.
Gotcha.
Does not
I,
need.
I never thought
The
about
sad
this.
news
but,
about that is that there is no lower jaw on this specific skull.
Oh,
You have not
man.
seen it yet, so you don't know that, but it does not.
Oh no.
You bastard! You foiled us again!
Um, I
Well,
just
I guess we'll just have to
realized
find
that
it.
that
Because
spell
the skull
would
is kind of
not work.
turned upside down, and the dome piece is like the seat
Don't.
chariot area.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
What did we what did we learn about the dragon skull? I was petting my cat and
Baba
Just
rides
interested in
it
that.
like a floating chariot. Basically, Baba Yaga pod races around
Oh, okay,
in
okay.
a dragon skull.
the Argynvost told skull.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Well, a
corpse.
dragon skull.
The corpse must still have a mouth and cannot be undead. Those are the only requisites. But because it doesn't have a mouth or jaw, it doesn't work.
What I just realized is that it wouldn't work with a fossil either, since the
Oh.
fossil is not technically remnants. It's just a copy.
That is correct, scientifically speaking.
can't-
But
I can't wait to pull that out in like 7 years. The next time that situation happens.
well, I'm also going to point out that that's based on understanding of
Yeah.
real world chemistry and physics, and depending on which source material you have access to for D&D, the actual atomic physics of the D&D multiverse does work differently.
That is true too.
So, if you're the person running the game, it's entirely your call. Even with that knowledge. But yeah, you are correct. The fossil is not actually the skeleton. It's stone that's replaced the skeleton over time. It's mineralized. Anyway.
Just
And-
don't call Stuntman Eddie a fossil, and we'll be good.
Oh, and just as one last little bit of
See, he doesn't know what that means.
oh, that too. But yeah, just as one last little note, there's as soon as she hears that about the whole differences between that and what she would think of as Baba Yaga, she just thinks to herself oh, all right, she says out loud in a little bit of a mutter of, I guess it is a little bit different than Ceci's old tales. I'll have to let her know when we get back. And just kind of more to herself than anyone else. Probably not even realizing she's saying that out loud. Anyways, shall we make our way back to the church?
Yeah, I'm done talking.
Next door for short rest or long rest?
I mean, if we do a long rest, we can also get back lay on hands to its fullest.
Through the fog, you see the empty shell of an old stone church, north of which is a cemetery of leaning gravestones enclosed by a disintegrating iron fence. Half of the cemetery is sunk into the mire.
I can keep watch for at least half of it, since I only need 4 hours to long rest.
Wouldn't it be a bad idea
If we
to
use that.
It wouldn't be a bad idea to do a bit of a shift change now that you say that. And thanks for taking care of that.
Does this place still have walls, or is it just? It looks kind of crumbled.
It is pretty crumbled. Get us back over there. I'd say you get pretty good like visual cover, and there's definitely like debris here enough that you could take care of it, make a little bit, maybe like barricade yourself in. But as far as the stone walls go, there's nothing stone here that's standing at a height of taller than about 3 feet. You could probably make some lean-to type of things with like, a table or a pew or something, and make yourself a little bit more hidden, a little bit more protected. But no, this is not like a building that you're opening a door and going inside and closing the door. And now there's a difference between indoors and outdoors. It's completely busted.
All right, we should just take a short rest because this isn't really a long rest kind of place.
That works
and
too.
By the sound of
Not-
it, short
not
rest can be
doing too
done
bad.
with 4 hours. So
No, that's short rest would be
It's just
1 hour.
one.
1 hour. It's 1 hour.
never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I mentioned the 4,
Like
it's
4
'cause
hours
Stuntman
isn't
Eddie
helping
only
long
needs
rest.
4 hours to long rest instead of 8. Short rest is still the
Gotcha.
same though.
Okay.
And no, yeah,
Were you?
I'm good with short then.
Okay.
Were
I-
people
I vote short.
taking a watch, or nobody's sleeping? So I imagine everybody's just trying to keep their eyes open.
Okay, so
I'm trying real hard.
So,
Don't you just have eye sockets?
eh,
though?
That's
Yeah, right?
that's why it's so difficult.
Oh, now I get it.
so Eddie/Scout votes short.
Yeah, I'm
Tegan
good with
slash
short.
I vote short.
I'll go short.
I'm fine with short. I have used no spells. I was very conscious of the fact that we'd be going in a fight, so short rest is fine with me.
The only thing I'm down on are just my lay on hands, but that's it.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
the only
I'm
thing
just-
I'm down on is the 2 spell slots I used for Eddie's invisibility. That's
Yeah.
the only thing I've actually used.
And I think the only spell that Manu has used, blind deafness.
Yep.
Yep. And I'm just down a rage, but I really only need 1, I think. 1 and 1 as a backup if I get knocked down.
I feel confident that you can get so very angry.
I'm gonna be pissed.
Hella mad.
Cause if this is the mother of
Eddie's
Strahd,
fucking pissed.
that's the one guy who I really fucking hate that dude.
And at this point, yeah, Dratari kind of just turns to the party and is like, so what exactly is our plan while we just kind of rest around? Unless if there's something else that people want to do.
Plan is try to rescue as many of the ravens as possible. Hopefully they can join us in the fight.
Mm-hmm.
The main reason I want their help, if I'm being realistic, isn't even to deal damage. The main thing is that ghost said she flies around in a
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, if we
vehicle.
can have any flying ally, any
So-
kind.
So, yeah, that being shut down becomes a vital priority, or else the 2 of you, especially, kind of waving towards Dratari and Eddie, are going to have a lot more difficulty doing
Yeah.
what you
Oh,
do if she's out of reach.
I've got one trident throw, and that is...
So
Yeah, that's it.
I have a bow and
So-
arrow, but that's about it as well.
Were Ravens, Shadow Assassin.
I've
And-
got crossbows, I does.
Is there a way to maybe ground the chariot if that's what she's using to fly? The
Hang on a
dragon skull.
If there's a way to keep her out of it. But
I mean-
we don't know enough about her or it or their positionings to. There isn't enough information to make an informed
Mhm.
thought.
Yeah.
Speaking of information, before we do fight her, I know that Manu wanted to talk to her.
Oh, yeah, from out of game on that one.
Yeah.
Do you
You
want to bring that
suddenly
up now?
made me wish
Manu?
I had the returning. I had the the returning or the throwing gen. That
Oh, yeah.
to give to Stuntman Eddie,
Hmm.
so he can just
I'll find
Chuck
something
his-
to do.
chuck
Like
his
if
woodcutter's axe over and over.
I'll start chopping her house down or something. Like
Yeah, let's
How do you like that?
let's set the hut
and
on
with
fire.
with the lumberjack's axe, or the woodcutter's axe, I'll be what is it? Treebane. With Treebane I will be
Fuck
cutting that house down
yeah!
quick.
Alright.
You're so good at breaking into houses. Real.
I know I'm so bummed that ever since got that axe, no
anything.
blights to be seen.
Right?
Yeah, but houses.
The houses though.
Which
Right.
actually fits with your picture having it be a fireman's axe.
Right?
Yeah, that was my flavor fullness. I don't
But
know.
yeah,
if that's that realistic. but-
using the fireman's axe
Oh, to cut down the
to a
door.
house,
Yeah.
that's what it's for.
It is, yeah.
Alright, at the end of
Wait, I just had a funny idea.
That's what short rests are for.
What if I, as long as she's within 90, what if I warp Eddie onto her skull?
Yeah, I'm
Surprise,
I'll
bitch!
go for it.
Just don't fall, buddy.
I know, that's I definitely don't have anything.
Yeah,
Dexterity.
the main thing is
Man.
would be doing something like trying to occupy that space to keep her out of her.
No, out of the chariot.
Yeah.
Smart.
Like even
yeah,
if you can't figure out how to get it flying yourself,
Mm-hmm.
if you're taking
Okay.
up the space of the seat,
I might be
Fetch.
able to. I do have land. No, it's land vehicle. I can't. I don't know if I can fly it, but maybe I could cruise it.
Cruise it.
Probably not. I don't think that's how that's gonna work.
But Manu, you're
It's
about
not
to
gonna
say
have a
something?
steering wheel. But yeah, maybe we could at least have somebody sit on it, keep
Or
it
just
out of
try to
just
destroy
keep
it.
it out of reach, out of use. I volunteer. I'm hard to move. I also really can't afford to let her get in the air, so.
Yeah. Or just straight up like trying to destroy it, I guess.
the other question
yeah.
The ghost didn't necessarily make this clear, but I will. When I say like flying mount, it's not like a hang glider little biplane thing. This is more of a hovering. This is like
okay.
Professor Xavier's wheelchair that doesn't have wheels.
Gotcha.
It's like
Yeah.
it doesn't get
Magic
much
carpet.
more
That's not too
than-
bad.
Oh, okay.
Oh, magic carpet, I would say could fly like crazy,
Yeah.
but this is more of a. It
Reach
stays
a whole new
like
world in that
3
thing.
feet above the ground, so it like it levitates more than it flies.
Ah.
Okay, that's not too bad.
It's
Let's
not
not
like you're
destroy
gonna
it
be dog
because
fighting this thing.
I want it. I want to learn to drive it.
Yeah.
Innate
Oh.
urge.
Also,
But
Stephen,
at
you
the
were about to
very
say something
least,
there?
I can do something along those lines. Try and I don't
So,
know. And even if she's in it, would I be able to teleport Stuntman Eddie up like into it with her?
I mean, you haven't even seen this thing yet, so
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
hard to say.
It's worth a I mean, worth a shot
200-foot skull.
Right. Anyways, you were about to say something there, Stephen, or no?
I was going to say at the end of our rest, I'm going to use the Censer of the Faithful and kind of gather everyone around. And you just have to be standing in the smoke for a minute, and then for the next hour, you get a D4 to your skill checks.
Sweet.
Okay, that is cool to know. You've got basically this smoking sensor going. There was going to be potential for a random encounter that I won't spoil for you, but I will say that just the act of using this sensor makes that
Awesome.
you don't have to roll for. That's just not happening. It kept what may or may not have come for you at bay.
Ghost
Sweet.
And then-
busted.
And then, like while I'm swinging this thing around, getting the smoke around, I
It
just
smells heavily of
I
citronella.
say I recite just like a little prayer to the Dawn Father.
I thought it was now the Morning Lord, Manu.
Oh, the Morning Lord? Is it the Morning Lord or the Dawn Father?
Morning Lord is Ravenloft. Dawnfather is Critical Role.
That's my bad. the one for here.
Yes,
Yeah.
the Morning Father,
Yeah.
Wait, so which
Dawn
one is it?
Father Lord.
The Dawn Lord.
The one from the Abbots.
The Morning Lord.
hmm Which is also Lathander's title in Forgotten Realms, which is who I out of character thought that it was originally referring to, but apparently it's a different deity that has the same title and actually no, even unlike Lathander, who is also the. Anyway.
Oh. And how did the one thing that you were about to say there work for your short rest? Like your
If you spend any hit dice to recover, like for you, your hit dice are D10.
Mhm.
If you spend a D10, you get your D10, your con mod, as always, and my Song of Rest also gives you a D6.
Sweet.
So, well, so much for me rolling maximum on my D6s for healing up to now. Everyone gets one extra hit point on the short rest.
It's all good. I'm up to full, so
So am I.
I think we're.
I'll spend one more hit die just to make sure that everything's up to snuff. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, probably worth it. After we beat Baba Lysaga.
Is it Baba Lysaga or Baba Yasaga? I think I kept
Baba
hearing.
Lysaga.
Okay, with an L.
Yeah.
I kept hearing with a Y.
After we defeat her, we can sleep in the house.
I don't want to sleep in her house. It looks like a spider.
The tree trunk.
I want to sleep in that house. It looks like a spider.
Man.
And then Dratari just like bolts upright. What? What'd you say?
Badass.
It's it's like a giant wooden spider, almost. It
Oh, then why are
evokes-
you testing me so?
It evokes spider.
Where is the rest?
Alright, so after the rest, we're just heading straight there.
Yeah, and if there's no other discussion or actions you're taking during your rest, it's probably a good time to take a break. 15 minutes from now would be a little bit more than half past, so I don't know if like 33 or 35 past the hour is a good time to come back.
Sounds good.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. See y'all in a little over 15.
Okay. See you.
Hasta luego.
think we're still waiting for Dratari and Jacques.
I'm here.
I'm here.
just wait.
I never left. I was waiting.
Was there other stuff? There was just discussion about ways to approach. I feel like the mirror got brought up, but yeah, y'all do get the benefit of a short rest, but I guess I'm just wondering if any other preparation or planning or mirror usage or anything else.
So, actually, I wanted to bring that question up as well. So, is the main plan for letting Manu go and talk to her first while everyone else tries to unlock as many cages as we can? Like, surreptitiously trying to make as much of an army as we can before unleashing the mirror on her?
My concerns are, how do we plan on getting them out of the cages? We don't know anything about the cages. And who's going to be the one to activate the mirror? Otherwise, I'm good with any of these types of plans or possibilities, because it's... it's what we've been saying all along, so...
I think Dratari should use the mirror.
Dratari doesn't want to use a mirror.
Dratari should use the mirror.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if Stuntman Eddie really likes the mirror that much. I mean, other than the fact that he's been carrying it the whole time. Like, he's cool if y'all use it, but it's not really his thing to attack
Lancelot,
someone.
I'm gonna need you to say Baba Lysaga.
It's your time to shine, Lancelot.
And I mean, I know Jacques was into the possibility of doing it until shit got real.
You know, it's all fun and games being a goblin until your alignment is... And then you're just one adventure away from... But yeah, I don't... Do we know for sure that it gets harder? Is it?
You're cutting out in and out a little bit for me, anyways.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Do our characters know for sure that it gets harder every time you use it, or is that just like
I think our
checks?
I think our characters don't know the mechanics of how it works at all.
Yeah. Okay.
But out of character, it seemed like it was a D4 roll every time, and if you rolled a 1, you're evil.
And out of character, that number goes up every time you use it. But I think
if
as your characters, you kind of would have put together repeated use of this thing is doing something to your soul.
Yeah.
Or has the potential to.
I think Dratari should show a little independence from her god who did nothing for her, and use the mirror to show her god that she can do things on her own.
I'll show you who's boss. I'm gonna get addicted to an evil mirror. That'll show you.
Instantly loses all paladin powers.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Like, honestly,
No,
Shards-
not for a paladin. A paladin is just your oath. I guess that'd be a cleric.
yeah,
And now you subclass change to Oathbreaker.
right.
Enjoy.
And besides, for her, she's actually
Yeah,
more like.
I think like. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, just kind of put a capstone on that. Like, the more for the fact that she's now proving that to herself that Zaldan's not even here at all. She's now like more fine. If he's not here, I'll be the one to take up the mantle then, and be like the goodness that he obviously can't give enough of a damn to do on his own kind of deal.
My church is everywhere. I like it. Stuntman Eddie would very much like not to, but if like really pressured, he totally will. He just hates it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jacques is at a point where he's used it once and he's like, you know what? The soul is a valuable commodity.
Not in
I
Ravenloft, it isn't.
That's
Or not
yeah.
in Barovia, it isn't.
At that
I
one
think it's
store,
even
though,
more
it's
of a
probably worth
valuable
lot.
commodity. I think it's even
Right?
more of a valuable
Yeah.
commodity in
Remember
Barovia, to be
that
honest.
general store with the ×10 markup? Try selling a soul there.
And besides, if something does happen, I do have a spell that can let us deal with the consequence. We just need more silver.
Well, we'll see. There you go. If something bad happens to you, you can do that on yourself.
Can you do it on yourself, or can you do it on other people? I need to check on that.
I
Or
don't
can you
know.
only do it on other people?
I don't recall.
Which spell is it?
Ceremony?
No, I don't know.
It's one willing creature.
I don't have
Which-
that on mine.
You can
Which,
you should be able to use it on yourself. You're a willing creature.
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah. Any other
Yeah,
instance of
you're-
you touch one willing creature, you can do it to yourself, like cure
Yeah,
wounds.
You are a willing creature that you can touch.
Just don't touch yourself too much.
So yeah, there you can do that. That's a thing you can do. Like you have that ability.
1 second. Still okay. Oh, there's ceremony. I guess I switched it out when I was trying to prepare for a Baba Lysaga fight. Alright, where are you? Oh, and you make a DC 20 Wisdom check, apparently.
Yeah, you should be able to do that. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, wait a minute. DC 20 Wisdom Insight check to succeed to change it. So I just realized that.
Yeah,
Yes, but if you're doing this as a downtime thing, that DC 20 would be with whatever your insight is, plus bardic inspiration of a D6, possibly more, plus guidance of a D4. And
Plus you can use the help action on that too for advantage, can't you?
a DM willing.
I know.
But yeah. So even if it does fail, there's no consequence for failure other than having wasted the silver. So
yeah, you've been
just
so
try
brave.
again.
It's just a little more bravery.
Yeah, because we all know how well my dice have been acting today. Yeah,
So
no,
I think you can do it. You can do it. It's perfectly fine. It's
Yeah,
I mean nothing.
She doesn't fuck with the evil mirrors. That's
nothing.
all I can say.
It's not evil. It's done us good.
Manu's like the devil on our shoulder right now.
Yeah, no, I don't know what to say. Dratari's just not willing to touch that evil mirror.
Well, if no one else will, again, Stuntman will.
Jock's really not wanting to do it again.
Doesn't want to though.
He did it once. It's like,
And
you
that
know,
being said, we don't know what happens if your alignment does change to evil and then you use it. They just say that you see a different visage. So if you're really that concerned about using it, Manu, you still could be more than able to use it.
Well, I've already used it. I've used it enough. I feel like we can take on Baba Lysaga by ourselves without the mirror.
Ah,
that doesn't
let's-
sound nearly as evil. Sounds way too rational, sir.
Well, then let's go. Not worry about the mirror.
Okay, then we don't worry about the mirror then.
Yeah, let's won't worry about the mirror.
You know, if you're gonna,
Yes,
if you're
we
just
won't
gonna
worry
be
about the
scared-
mirror as I kind of just like hike it up onto my shoulder.
I mean, if you're just gonna be scared to use it, then we're just gonna carry it around with us.
It's not so much the fear. I just am not the man. I'm just not into the temptation of it.
Tegan will
There's no temptation. You can quit anytime you want.
So the fire tells
is it
Timber.
covered in anything on Eddie's back?
I don't think so.
Tegan will walk up to it and start saying the magic words.
And
Because everyone else is just, I don't
Tegan,
want
was
to do
it
it. I
you
don't.
or was it Manu who has already shifted to completely evil?
Both.
Both of us.
Both.
Yeah, it's both
That's
of
right.
us.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to make Dratari do it.
Yeah.
Manu-
No.
Okay.
Manu's had the evil vibe since the beginning, though.
So, what
No, it was just a
previous
dream
seemed just
vibes.
like a slightly spectral humanoid in, assassin's garb now manifests. You just see a pair of floating bloodshot eyes and strong spectral hands. Roll a d4 for me, please. You want a 2 or higher.
Immediately
Four.
rolls open. Oh.
Okay. It looks like the very large and strong hands look like they're stretching towards your neck before they clasp, waiting for a name.
Baba
I see.
Lysaga.
Wait.
The
Oh, no, I can't say wait. You,
Yeah.
Tegan, Tegan went for it, so there's no wait.
To which the ghost responds, "Ha, nope," and just leaves.
Actually, no. To your roleplay there, Dratari does like turn out, go, Tegan, no, what are you doing? Kind of thing to no avail.
Because out of character, I know Manu did want to talk, but
In,
Okay.
in character,
this is
Jacques
this
sees
is
this and
this
just
is
laughs.
behind
goes,
me. I don't know what's happening.
Right.
Yeah. In
Um,
character,
the-
Jacques absolutely sees this. Just goes, "Ha, she's doing it."
Well, at the same time, Tegan was like, if no one else is going to do it, then it's going to have to be someone who's already done it. So it might as well be me. But if I'm going to do it and we don't know what possible consequences are, I'm not going to pussyfoot around. It's happening now because
No, that makes
if
sense.
we wait until other stuff is going on and on the line,
We're also not talking about regular old Tegan. We're talking evil Tegan. So I don't think it's that
Shadow
all that much to
Tegan.
get Tegan to send an assassin out at this point.
Negative.
No, yeah.
you're not wrong. You're
I don't
not
know how to
wrong.
describe this because there's no eye sockets or eyelids, but the eyes kind of widen for a second and the knuckles like crack, and then the apparition in the mirror disappears.
Wish
And
me luck,
the whispering from it subsides.
Tegan will go around, will look around at everyone who just wouldn't stop talking and debating and pussyfooting around, and just give everyone the look of, okay, we're ready go do this now, right?
Alright, let's do this!
Let's go.
Yeah.
Does your special ears have a specific limitation on distance?
My bro.
The tremor sense is 30 foot. Otherwise, it's just advantage on perception checks that have to do with sound.
Okay.
But yeah, the tremor sense is 30 foot, and there's no actual given range or specificity to the loud sounds cause me to make a save or be stunned. There's no specificity to that.
I will say, like, the whole time you've been in the swamp, kind of like just the cacophonous sounds of the ravens that are imprisoned, it honestly, in retrospect, should have pinpointed the location of the hut to you specifically, like immediately, but you kind of overshot it and went back, and that was my bad. But I would say the sounds of the ravens are still like close enough that you hear it pretty almost like overwhelmingly so, and it's kind of been kind of like drowning out some of the other things you might be specifically listening for, dangers and otherwise. But in that direction, several moments, I'd say less than 1 minute, let's say 100, 200, 300, 400, 600. Yeah, I'd say about 45 seconds later, you hear a crash, you hear a screech and some like older woman yelling, and then you hear a hard thud and a squelching noise and just soft cackling. Tegan is the only one that hears this.
But I will apprise my teammates of the situation.
This bitch crazy.
Sounds creepy.
She cray.
I think we might have sent our mirror assassin on a suicide mission.
At this point, Dratari is
I like that he went anyway, though.
Yeah, right?
Goodbye, cruel world.
Okay, yeah, actually, two more things to that one. Yeah, basically at this point, Dratari's already as, like, pale white as she can be while still having, like, a pinkish hue to her. And, yeah, I'm now curious, like, if we do use the mirror again, will something appear? Or will it just be...
Moments, I will say, moments later, after you hear kind of the commotion within the hut subside, Tegan, you hear the mirror start to whisper again.
Well...
So let's summon him again and send him after Baba Lysaga. Teach him a lesson.
You do also remember that you can't summon again until the following dawn.
To be fair, we only know that because that's when the whispering starts again. I don't necessarily know that that's true.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you could go up and just like, Baba Lysaga again, and then see that nobody shows up in the mirror and kind of figure it out.
A ghostly middle finger.
Excuse me, I don't think you heard me. Can I talk to your manager? Because I asked for Baba Lysaga.
A ghostly, like, middle finger just appears from the mirror. Well, that worked as well as hoped. I guess that probably has the same effect for Strahd as well. So, shall we just get it done?
Let's do that voodoo that we do.
I don't do even.
All right, are we still?
Please, it's called autism.
Still trying to talk to her first, or are we just going in?
Well, I don't know how amenable she'll be to speaking. After somebody.
Well, I guess she doesn't know for sure that we sent it.
I was about to say, yeah.
But you've probably soured the mood.
And I
I
will
don't know.
Or we've
cackled.
strengthened our
that
position. She's
To be
weak
fair,
now.
she cackled with some great amusement after that. So maybe, if anything, I put her in a good humor.
one thing I will reiterate that Muriel Vinshaw relayed to you that just the nature of there being cages of very loud ravens hanging in cages around the hut, it's probably incredibly easy to stealth up to. I don't know how that may or may not factor into your plans, but like if the Baba is inside the hut, which based on what Tegan just heard, you would seem as a fair bet, the like probably will not hear you approaching the hut because of the sheer fucking racket that the outside of it makes.
You sorely underestimate the fact that I have disadvantage.
Mechanically speaking, specifically, there is no check required to get up to the
I
hut
can't hear
stealthily.
you. What the hell?
Well, we should try to stealth up to the hut just to sneak around all the scarecrows.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And also
And
to bring up, it does seem like you got within pretty close of a scarecrow that didn't do anything. Dratari did see and say that it was evil as fuck, but it seemed like you not getting within a certain distance of it, or maybe that you didn't attack it, you didn't like trigger it in any way.
Okay, my headset died or something.
Oh, we can still hear you.
You're good.
You could hear me? Oh.
Mhm.
I don't know what
Yep.
happened then. I couldn't hear anything.
we just established that Dratari got close to one of the scarecrows and it didn't do anything, even if the person from the house said they're an alarm system. So the takeaway there is they probably don't have a great ability to perceive. So as long as we don't get too close to them, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. But
Call.
Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and let's do it.
yeah,
All right.
It's a long time coming.
If you want to lead us,
Yes, it
Malin,
is.
so that you can talk to her, and we'll try to release as many were-ravens as we can.
I guess I could lead the charge.
Does anyone have any strong thoughts about how to release the ravens?
Strength check, break the cage.
Mm-hmm. I can go for it.
Many
I don't
strong
mind.
Yeah.
thoughts.
I mean, the only other thing that I would say would be to try to do like some sort of detect magic check to make sure that there isn't like some sort of other magic trap to worry about. But otherwise, yeah. Dratari was just going to try to either stealth of or sleight of hand that, or if push comes to shove, just try to break it.
So Tegan will want to, at that, say, will want to ritual cast detect magic before we approach.
I just
And
want
then-
to point out I do
Good
have
one.
proficiency with thieves' tools.
Oh, you met them.
And have you gotten to the artificer level where you automatically get expertise with all tools?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I believe so.
All tools. Eddie's forming a plan. A motorcycle plan. A flying dragon head skull motorcycle plan.
All right.
It does not look like I'm at that level. Hang on, what level?
Hmm.
Spider house. Does whatever a spider
I keep
can.
forgetting it's a spider house.
I mean, it's a tree house.
I don't think Stuntman
Yeah,
Eddie
someone
heard
has built a ramshackle wooden hut on the stump of what once was an enormous tree, and the rotting roots of the stump thrust up from the mire like legs of a gigantic spider. An open doorway is visible on the side of the hut, beneath which floats the upside-down, hollowed-out skull of a giant dragon. Flanking the hut's doorway are 2 iron cages that dangle like hideous ornaments from the eaves. Scores of ravens are trapped in each one. They squawk and flutter their wings excitedly as you approach.
How high are the cages?
I'd say they're maybe like 7 feet up. Like
Oh, okay.
the taller, like Eddie could probably reach up and grab the bottom of one of them. Jacques probably couldn't even jump to touch the bottom of it, but yeah, they're not completely
I
out
could
of
pick
reach.
up. I could pick Jack up.
That is true.
Best of both worlds.
You could pick me. I am. I am how you'll see.
All right, you guys can figure things out here. I'm gonna go ahead and go in with Lancelot.
It's next level that I get the expertise. By the way, it's level 6.
Is there like a rope or something that can lower the cage as well, or that we can see? Or is it just kind of dangling it there?
It doesn't seem to be. They seem to be chained onto the eaves.
Okay, yeah, I'll lift. As long as Jack has no objections, I'll lift Jack right up there.
Jack makes uppies.
I was gonna say, I think technically
Eddie obliges.
Whoa! I'm so high up. It's like I'm standing on a step ladder.
And Dratari kind of tries to take point to make sure that there's no one about to come up to ruin the plan there. So
I will also cast guidance myself quietly. That's a spell I have, right? Yeah. Give myself guidance.
Up there, it seems like each one is locked somehow.
Yep, that's what the thieves' tools are for. Is there like an actual lock, or is it like magically sealed?
And I had the
You
detect
can
magic
pick it.
that I had ritual cast.
You can pick it with thieves' tools, but it is an arcane lock, so I don't know how to answer. I imagine Tegan could see it because it is a magical, but I don't know. Like, is it like you could pick it, so there's a mechanism there, but it's an arcane lock, so I don't know if to tell you. Like, yes, there is a padlock on this. I'm not deep in the paint of D&D lore enough to know what the arcane lock is.
Arcane lock is a spell that increases the DC to pick the lock by 10.
Okay. So it's it just says each cage is held shut by one of Baba Lysaga's arcane lock spells, and it doesn't say that is added onto a lock. But yeah,
The base
knock spell or DC 20 strength check or DC 20 thieves tools check will open it up.
I don't mean to make this more difficult on us than you've said, but just as so you know in the future, the basic lock that an adventurer can buy has a base DC of 15. So if you put an arcane lock on that, it goes to 25.
I definitely accept your DC 20 though.
Yes.
I mean, that's not mine. That's written in the module.
Hey,
So it
you're
was
the
probably a
DM.
really, really shitty lock that she put an
You're the
arcane lock
DM.
spell
Make it
on.
yours, okay?
It's an old lock.
Okay, fuck yeah, it's a DC 30 because she had the foresight. It's out of the book. DC 20. That's what it is.
All right, I will carefully pick this lock. Observe. Eddie, hit it.
Oh, yeah. I can just hit it.
Are they wooden locks?
Let's give it a go. What? It was a strength check.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we try something that's quieter? Like lock picking first, and then
Alright,
we'll
we'll do a
resort
stealth
to
check first.
Hulk smash. Is anybody able to give me like the help action on this for advantage, or God knows I need
I
all the
can
help.
give you bardic inspiration.
You got a
But
D4 from the sensor.
You might want to save your inspiration uses. We'll just see what
I
we get.
might want to have the ravens be free and possibly interested in helping us, and either
Yeah.
way, have.
I mean, I have.
Okay, well I rolled a 16 either way, so and then I rolled a 4 on my guidance, so that's 20 plus
Your
whatever
dex
else
plus your proficiency plus the D4
so
from the sensor
22,
plus
25. What do I get from the sensor?
another D4.
That's definitely enough to unlock the first
26. ADD. Yay. I recognize this lock. It's a simple matter to.
The ravens, it looks like a number of ravens stuffed in too small of a cage. It's probably 4 swarms of ravens worth of ravens inside of this one cage that all immediately begin to fly out, and about half of them fly off in separate directions, and they look like they're going into directions of like the nearest by scarecrow, and half of them fly directly into the hut, and you hear Baba Lysaga swearing and cursing and freaking out and smashing. You definitely hear some squawks of birds dying. It does not seem like they're gonna fuck her up very much before she kills all of them. But
are there more cages or?
There's one more.
There is one more cage.
Hell yeah! Quick, take me over there, Eddie.
Well,
Just sitting on his shoulders. That way.
Eddie, Tegan, and Jacques were working on the cages. Wasn't Manu going to go ahead and go into the hut? Like
to chat with her?
Yeah. Wasn't that going to happen? Like wasn't Manu going to go in and talk to them as we were figuring out, having Eddie throw Jack up?
Tosh me.
So that wouldn't there.
Yeah, there'd be a little Manu.
There's a little Manu now?
Little Manu is better than Big Jack.
I mean, is that just Lancelot?
Boy, don't make me mess you up. Gonna catch these goblin hands, that's what's gonna happen.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Boy.
So yeah, was Manu trying to rush in, or was the last couple events like, ooh, this seems like not the positive note to try to introduce myself on?
Could you imagine Baba Lysaga getting attacked by ravens and then just like this creepy turtle being like,
"Hey, I'm new to town. I got a basket of pastries.
My name's Manu.
A bit of a welcome wagon."
I've broken into your house so I can chat with you about I don't know, some of the problems
Would
we're
you be
having or
interested
whatever.
in hearing about our timeshare?
Hello, do you have a
Hello,
moment to
my
speak
name
about
is
our Lord and
Elamani.
Savior?
I'm here to sell you Mirror Assassin insurance.
And there has never been a better time.
Mirror assassins are a growing problem in Barovia today. According to my statistics, one old lady a night gets attacked by a mirror assassin.
And
I
Ian,
I
if you're
I
not
was
personally interested in buying Mirror Assassin insurance, you might be interested in this opportunity to become your own boss and sell packages of Mirror Assassin insurance to other people.
yeah. While they were like before they started fidgeting with the cages, that's when I would have gone in to talk to her.
Okay, so before that all happened, you walk in and you are greeted by the hut is 15 feet on a side. Let me hide this. Let me hide this. And let me hide the hut roof. And where did the Baba go? Where did the Baba go?
The Baba.
That sounds like a 60s song. Da Baba Go.
It's because she's not on top. That's why.
Understood. Baba Lysaga is a bottom.
The bottom.
Yeah.
Nailed.
Bottomless
I mean,
saga?
I was about
bottom.
to say it.
Bottomless saga.
Good night, everybody.
It's probably better than bottomly
Bye.
soggy.
Have a
but,
beautiful time.
The hut is 15 feet on a side and packed with old furniture, including a wooden cot, a wicker cabinet, a slender wardrobe, a wooden table, a stool, a barrel-topped wooden chest reinforced with brass bands, and an iron tub stained with blood. In the middle of the room is a ghastly wooden crib with a small angelic child sitting in it. All the furnishings except for the crib are bolted to the floor. Beneath the crib, green light seeps through cracks in the rotting floorboards. And turning around from her desk here, Manu, as you walk in, Baba is seen with kind of like a pair of eyeballs and disembodied hands just like smashed on the ground. And she looks up at you, feral, and she says, "Oh, didn't hear you come in. I don't get many visitors here. Sorry, I'm cleaning up a bit of a mess."
But it's kind of loud outside. It wasn't too hard to just kind of walk in.
She kind of stomps the gooey eyeballs like in between like the cracks in her floorboards, just like squishing it down. It is disgusting. It is squelching noises in the subtitles. It is unpleasant to look at and to hear. And she finishes up and kind of dusts her hands off and says, "Now, what do you want with the Baba?"
The Baba.
I wanted to possibly make a deal with the Baba.
That's very interesting. I do like a good deal. What did you have in mind?
Well, out of curiosity, are you capable of bringing a soul, like someone dead, from not from here, but to like from somewhere to here.
Not quite sure I understand the specifics of what you mean, but my speciality is not with undoing the gift of death.
Well, that's not very helpful.
You'll find I'm quite skilled, but helpful when it suits me. Tell me, what can you offer for the Baba?
Baba Booey, Baba Booey.
I hold Lancelot out in my arms and I say, "A pet for your baby."
That's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up. I thought it.
Wow.
Was like, no, surely not.
She looks over and kind of sneers at it, and then walks over to her little crib and says, "Shh, shh, shh, it's okay. It's okay. Mother is here for you." And kind of pats the baby on the head, who has kind of like jet black hair, kind of like more hair than a baby should. And it's just kind of silently squirming around in its little crib. Make a persuasion check. The DC is gonna be high. It's gonna be like
Every baby
fucking
needs
18.
a dog. That's what I've learned. Every baby needs a dog. Hello, it's me, puppy.
A 19.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm intrigued. But this mangy mutt, although a boy's best friend, they say, this does not, in my esteem, fetch a high value. What is it that you wish? I'll see if the two might be comparable in exchange.
Well, I don't think the dog is payment enough for what I really want. So like I had this friend named Thomas and he died and I don't want him to be dead anymore, and I was wondering if you could bring him here, maybe?
I'm afraid, as I said, returning ones from the dead is not something I do or wish to.
I mean, it's like
Dog minded its business. Here, you want a dog? Bruh.
okay. Okay, I'll be right back, and I'm gonna go outside.
And when he opens the door to go outside is when the
A bunch
ravens
of
go in.
ravens swarm in.
Yeah, I like to imagine it's like right as you open the door, just bam.
Caw, 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 caw. For the record, I rolled for the other one. I rolled a 9. Guidance gave me +4 for 13. The sensor gave me +3 for 16, and then my proficiency gave me a +5 for 21. So I barely beat the lock DC for the other.
Yeah, that'll do it. So
rolled a 9, beat a 20 DC. Let's go.
Two
Who knew that
more
smoking helped?
swarm in, and then two more swarm away. to duplicate and duplicate. Swarm away. I don't feel like zooming out far enough to see where the there's one.
And this is the other cage right here.
Go get a Martikovs.
All right. And as they were picking the second lock, Tegan would have pressured Manu. It's like, I think we're going.
All right, if we're going, I'm raging.
All right, I guess I'm just gonna set Lancelot down over here.
I
Are
think
we-
And this is
before-
this
if
token right here is the floating skull.
before we go in,
oh.
I'll cast heroism, I guess. Yeah.
I'm
No,
going.
not heroism. I'm sorry. Aid. Is it aid? Which one is it?
Bless, aid. and
Yeah, I
aid-
can do. I'll do aid to give. To give Jack Jr., Dratari, and our Lord and Savior,
Eddie.
Stuntman Eddie. It makes it so that your hit point maximum and current hit point increased by 5 for 8 hours.
Oh, sweet. You know what? I'll return the favor and do a first level bless.
Ooh,
For
and
the
that's
three of us, since
is
we're
that
close by.
that's
but-
not
See,
temp
that was
HP. That's max
No,
HP
that
increase.
it stacks with temp HP because it just increases
Okay.
your hit point
Okay.
maximum and current hit point by
Sweet.
5. Yeah, so they stack.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I
Dratari.
was also if it's okay with
60
Dratari,
60.
I'll do the blessing just because I'm backline.
Same.
I don't
In
know.
that case,
You might need
Maybe
those
you'll
spell
have a better
slots.
chance. Yeah. Plus, my bless doesn't actually use spell slots because it's from a feat.
oh, sweet. Yeah, let's do that then.
Yeah. So I once per long rest, I can just straight up use bless.
All right.
Yeah, use your spell slots for that big O damage.
Mm-hmm. You need your spell slots for smite.
Yeah.
I was so close to using that back for that critical, but then I realized like we still have a Baba Lysaga to deal with.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
this is the
if
time.
the critical was on Baba Lysaga,
got-
absolutely
Yes.
use
I
the
saved
smite.
all 3 of my luckies through
Ooh,
the swamp,
very
so
nice.
I'd have it for now.
Just for the sake of trying to time out when these things that we're doing are taking place, I would imagine the aid would have been done before or after the short rest, because aid lasts for 8 hours. So it,
Right.
and then
I just didn't think to mention it.
yeah, and then as Tegan sees the ravens going into the house, and Tegan says something to Manu, and that's when Tegan's gonna pop her bless on people.
So I've got bless on 3 targets, and I
And
guess
I'll
you can bless the other ones.
the other 3, because we have Eddie, Jack, Dratari, Tegan, Manu.
Yep.
So
And
2
Lancelot.
blesses. Lancelot
Yeah.
better not be anywhere near the bursts. That's all I'm saying with that.
Well, Manu was just offering Lancelot.
You don't know
So
that.
this
You don't know that.
Well, I guess
I
I
I
think that
think
more
we
by-
could tell by the look on Lancelot's face, just the disappointment and hurt.
But so Dratari Manu walked in, Manu walked out, the ravens flew in. That's basically time to roll initiative. There's no getting around
Yeah.
a bunch of other actions happening. It is initiative time.
Okay, that's not terrible, I suppose.
I'm
Where are you, Jack?
I'm going to point something out here.
Initiative.
It's 12:30 Central.
Oh.
One of our usual target end times tends to be 1 o'clock. I don't think this fight's going to be a half hour. I don't think this fight's going to be an hour and a half. I think this fight is going to be a slog. I could be wrong, but I doubt it.
We
Based
can
on
get
my-
into it and end the episode at a time appropriate, top of a round somewhere,
on
where it
a
seems to be a good.
cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the third of us are down making death saves, that's good.
Gives time to prepare a new character sheet, just in case.
When the only one left alive doesn't have
I'm
any
one of the
strength.
rare ravens. I'm back in the battle.
Yes.
To hell
Actually,
with
there were
that.
5 were-ravens. That would be a bit telling, wouldn't it?
Just a regular raven. Not even a were-raven. I'm playing a regular raven.
I'm a very small Kenku fighter.
I have class levels in the annoyance class. Just
He
kidding,
said-
I'm a thief. I like shinies.
I believe what was said was Kenku, not Kender. Kender are the ones that default to the annoyance class.
Haha. That's a Dragonlance thing.
I love Dragonlance so much.
Same.
There are parts that
This is
parts
teacher
that
for
I
same,
like.
by the way.
Same.
This
There
is
are
teacher.
parts
I just
that I
immediately
like,
started
there are
doing
parts
something
that
we
I-
do at school out of habit.
I was super into
No worries.
Dragonlance in middle school, but I didn't at the time know it was D&D. I was super into Baldur's Gate and Dragonlance without knowing what they actually were. And I was just like, oh, I like these cool things that are similar but completely separate.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew what
No,
they were just
incorrect.
because I started playing D&D when I was 9, so
Yeah,
those games came out shortly after I started playing D&D, so I knew what they were, but nonetheless, hell yes.
I had everything except like a player's handbook and a DM guide, so I had all of the supplementary materials and monster manuals, but didn't know how to play. That's just what was at thrift stores.
I still have my 2nd edition complete warrior, or complete fighter, complete scion, complete wizard, complete
I have ranger
thief,
and wizard.
complete elf.
2nd edition? Very nice.
Yeah, 2nd edition. The brown cover.
Which one?
Books.
I have let's see. I have one of the old like ugly monster manuals.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have a
So
1E.
the first thing that you all notice, 5th level, you hear, where is it? Some magical words cackling, and then like kind of a foof. And you hear ravens squawking and what sounds like a bunch of birds in flight suddenly still, just hitting the floor one after the other. It's like a bunch of probably all of the birds in there just dropped in one go, and you see wafting out of the open door kind of this yellow-green fog kind of spills out, and it smells very bad, and it's probably noxious to be within this smoke that is flowing out from her hut.
Good old cloud kill. It's a classic.
Then Tegan is up.
For the record, the first Dragonlance series I read was the War of Souls trilogy.
I think I liked that one. For how many of those books I read, I remember almost nothing, which is such a shame.
Aw.
Because I really
There
liked
are
them.
so many Dragonlance books.
No, I literally had a
It's
bookshelf
nuts.
that only was Dragonlance because my mom found like a lot of books at a yard sale, I think. So I had like 50 something books.
They went
Nice.
like
It was
10
awesome.
years without having a Dragonlance book released, which is wild to me. Like between 2011 and 2022 there were no Dragonlance books released.
I
but
feel
they-
like that had
they
something
started-
to do with the authors of that setting
Yeah, yeah.
not necessarily having the same rights holding as
Yeah.
who
Well,
owned
they
D&D.
released another one in 2022 though. But they
Yeah.
probably got into a
Yeah,
fight
I have-
with Wizards of the Coast or
Probably.
That's actually
Hasbro
exactly
over-
what it was. That's also
Okay.
why.
Which wouldn't surprise me because Hasbro is a terrible fucking company.
Actually, this was before Wizards of the Coast was owned by Hasbro. But it is why Dragonlance books for 3035 were not official content. It is because there was the
Makes sense.
the thing. In actuality, if
Mhm.
Hasbro wasn't Wizards of the Coast until almost 4th edition. But anyway,
They started printing in '84, so it was before I was born.
But yeah, I will put would this be the turn? I think this would be the turn I would pop bless on people. My bless will cover myself, Manu, and Dratari because those are just proximity. And then I'll bardic inspiration Manu, again, just because he's the one there that I see and that I think, even though it ought to go to Stuntman, because Tegan sees Cloud Kill and kinda has a bit of a panic there. But then Tegan will do the brave/stupid, depending on how it works out thing, and remembers what she said to everyone else, and will get into the floaty skull. So that hopefully she can keep Lysaga, just body block Lysaga from being in it. That casting the spell was my action. Bardic Inspiration was bonus action. Would I be able to make an Arcana check or something to see if I can figure out how the skull floats?
To be honest,
Or would that
I
take
don't
an
know
action
how
of
the-
some kind?
well, that's not what it is. It's to me, I'm not even entirely sure what makes it float. I don't know what school of magic this would be, like enchantment probably, but it seems like something that Baba Lysaga did to it.
But would I be able to figure
imagine it
out
would be
how to
similar
pilot?
enough to a flying carpet.
Would you be able
Yeah.
to figure out what?
Would I be able to figure out how it works, how to pilot it?
No, there's
Naturally
no
buoyant.
Arcana check that'll. There's probably an Arcana check that'll let you figure out you cannot. That's probably more information than a DM should give away, but it is what it is.
But yeah, that's action, bonus action, movement, and we'll see how well Tegan, with her strength of -2, can body block a ancient witch thing from.
I'm gonna try to jump up there too soon.
But so
Just
we'll
hold
see
her
how
there.
this.
It
we'll
looks
see.
like it's a deep enough bowl that it would at least grant you partial cover and at least put your butt in the seat where you don't want somebody else to be, but as far as piloting this thing, none of y'all are going to be able to figure out how to do that.
If it has a weight limit, Eddie's over 600 pounds right now.
Oh, okay.
Because he's already pretty beefy.
It's also a giant dragon skull, so I don't know how much bone weighs and how much volume that is, but that could be at least a couple 100 pounds worth of ballast right there.
Yeah, I have Eddie's stage weight at 449. So he's very big boned.
So,
I
yeah.
think most of that
it
is
is
just
a big
ego
dragon
weight.
skull, though. Is what?
Ego weight.
Yeah. It's the weight of his accomplishments, he likes to call it.
There you go.
There you go.
So yeah, I'm sorry, Tegan. What was it you were doing or trying to figure out for your turn?
And
That was
that was my turn.
What
Action,
what are
action
the
bonus,
various
action movement.
What are the various buffs that are up on people right now? I feel like
Bless and aid.
I kind of lost track.
Aid on the entire group.
Yeah.
I think. Let me double check and make sure.
No, you put
3
aid
creatures.
on. Yeah, you put
Yeah,
aid
on our tanks, basically. On
Mhm.
Okay.
Jack Jr.,
Dratari,
and Eddie. You have 5 extra hit points.
Okay, have that.
That's not temp
Have that
HP or
covered.
anything. That's just straight up HP. And then, I have bless on 3 of our members, and then
Tegan has bless on the other
bless on the other 3.
Okay, that's right.
And also, for what it's worth,
Bardic on you, right?
and this is especially relevant for Dratari and Eddie, because your shield bashes are a skill check, and as are any other grapples or shoves. And the sensor that Manu lit that gives you a d4 to any skill check affects that.
Nice.
So that's worth.
I have skill checks like crazy.
Yes, you both.
So many
I'm
skill checks.
certain do. So yeah, it's important to be.
Let me pull up grapple rules just to remind myself.
Yeah.
Make
So if
sure I
you
get
choose
this
to
right.
grapple, you get bonuses.
Yeah,
Like especially fucking Stuntman Eddie, because you get bonuses. You get advantage from raging as well. Because a grapple check is a strength check, and when you're raging, you have advantage on strength checks.
Yeah, and I can add a d6 to any of my ability checks with knowledge from a past life.
We've got almost so many buffs on the field. You'd think we were playing Pathfinder. Almost.
So if Stuntman Eddie decides to grapple, he would roll with advantage. He would have a
advantage plus
D4,
6, D4,
a D6,
D6
plus 6. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm.
So if you chose to grapple, you could probably grapple a giant with all these buffs.
Well, especially with the WW or not.
I grappled
WWE,
a giant once.
Yeah.
There you go.
We're not talking about your sexual exploits here, Eddie.
Anyways, I think it's actually. Whose turn is it now?
After Tegan is Jack.
Correct.
Okay, after Tegan is Jack. I guess this would be where I would put bless on, right? Or yeah. And then I guess I'll move to get into a spot where I can see into the hut to fire at her or whatever.
Unfortunately, is fogged.
Is Jack Jr. There's no way Jack Jr.
No way, Jack Jr. What?
would be that far away from me. You had him way down here.
I don't think I moved him that far. I
Okay.
think I moved y'all all up to about there, and then Jack wasn't moved again after that.
I will
Or
move
Jack
Jack
Jr. wasn't.
into kind of like into the doorway, I guess. Like, you shall not pass. Doing his best Tegan impression right now. He's got a wig on and everything.
Where is he? I do not see him.
he's
Is he on the?
God
He's
damn.
a small goblin. A
Is he-
smoblin.
I've got to put like a border around that token because no matter what color the background is, you cannot see that thing.
Yeah. Also, my screen does not reflect the same thing as what I'm seeing in stream right now.
Oh.
You might want to
So I'm
zoom
gonna
out and
refresh.
scroll around.
Refresh.
If you refresh, it's going to move you to a different spot.
Too late. I refreshed. Rip me.
I'm going to hit the snap players to view. Hopefully that'll bring you over.
Yay! Okay, now I can see. Cool. Thank you. Yeah. Well, that explains why you couldn't see Jack Jr. Where? Jack Jr.'s. Where's Jack
He's on the
Jr.?
inside.
Marco!
If you double click on the name on the left, it should bring you right to it. Because you have the token.
Yes.
I mean, I can see him, but only because we've discussed it enough that I was looking very specifically for where it is. It just very thoroughly blends in.
Okay.
Oh, I
'Cause
see it.
can't-
Yeah, right next to Manu.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You-
there he is.
Oh wow.
Okay, yeah.
That's where I
Wow.
I could. I had to
Wow.
start-
Okay.
He's so fucking good, you don't know. Can I see Baba Lysaga?
No, it is obscured from the cloud.
Okay.
There's like a yellow-green cloud oozing out, and it's pretty opaque.
Okay, that's fine. I used my action on fucking bless anyway. You rolled a nat 1? Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Every paladin in existence always goes last. It's ridiculous. In my weekly game, our paladin always goes last, which really sucks because he has an ability that makes it so that everybody who goes after him gets a +2 on their first attack,
Oh no.
and he always goes last, so it's a fucking useless magic item. It's ridiculous.
I can't
Except
wait to use this throughout the
sometimes
campaign.
I go after him because I roll just as badly. But I digress. In any case, Jack Jr. is gonna ready an action to attack anyone who comes within reach.
All right.
And that's my turn.
Sorry, I was trying to do something here. Put you there. Let's do that instead of that, because that's slightly easier to see.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus, why is it fucking huge now? I hate snap to grid. Why are you only getting bigger? Jesus Christ.
Dratari's vision is coming true.
Oh my god.
That
Where the
big
fuck did-
monster thing.
I surrender.
Where are you now? Jesus Christ.
I didn't expect that to come back.
I just want you to know, I took you with me to the restroom and just started laughing while trying to miss the...
My prediction that came true.
it was funny you even said that, because why is it Jack so big? I was just like, oh no, the vision is coming. Voltron, assemble!
I love my one random throwaway line actually came true. Okay.
Disgusting. I can't control it anymore. So
There's
it's all
the new Jack. So it's slightly more visible on the map, and sorry it got massive for a second.
No, that was perfect. No
Yes.
notes, don't change a thing.
I can't control it either, so just...
For context, Richard, while you were away, that goo token version of Jack took up the whole map.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah.
All of us were in its little toothy mouth thing.
Jack is a king.
AOE master.
Little Jack. Jack Jr.
But is that it for both of your characters?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Stuntman Eddie would be up next.
All right. Bam. I'm running over, leaping up next to Tegan, and I'm gonna look Baba Lysaga right in the eye. Baba Lysaga, huh?
You can't see right in her eye.
I look right where her eyes would be. Baba Lysaga, huh? Ain't this world full of surprises? Now, I reckon I heard you were the mother of Strahd. Surprised to hear a fellow like him has a mother at all. Here myself, I always thought he was just a son of a bitch. And then I slam my axe right into her. If I can.
Again, you cannot see her.
She's in the room somewhere.
She's inside the
wait,
room.
She's over here.
Oh, this is just the dragon?
yeah, that's
Yeah.
Dragon.
Ah,
It's
shoot.
just-
This
Well, I said
is
all
the
that
notes.
in the wrong direction.
The picture makes it look like she's in there, regardless of if she is or
Okay.
isn't. But
Why is that
yeah.
more appropriate for your character than actually saying it to her?
It's yelling at I'm mad at the
Yelling at an
world.
animated skull. Yeah, you're yelling at a skull, Eddie.
Eddie,
It's the skull yelling
she's
at a
inside.
skull.
Baba Lysaga is not the skull. She's the woman inside the house.
Let's see. Well, how far did I go?
I
think
know what I did.
Yeah, that's 30. I'll go in front of Tegan too. A little protection.
Okay.
Thank you.
I could run in there too. I do have a lot of poison and disease resistance.
Oops,
But
sorry.
Cloud Kill is a nasty sumbitch.
Okay, I'll just
You're
we'll
resistant.
stay out here.
And it is
Not
starting
immune.
to pour out that door in your direction.
Okay. Can I?
Unless you're immune, like Jack Jr., I don't really
I'm
recommend being near it.
I'm double resistant, but that doesn't count for anything.
And are we saying that's a disease or a
Should
poison?
be poison.
Yeah.
Okay,
Cloud
never
Kill
mind.
Yeah,
is
it's poison.
poison.
Ironically, he's not immune to poison or immune to disease for whatever fucking reason, but he's immune to poison.
And I'm immune to disease. But that's why I was asking to clarify.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how if I can do a damage to something, or else I'm gonna lose rage.
Hit the house.
Do damage to yourself. It's fine.
It's got to be a hostile creature, and Stuntman Eddie loves himself.
Oh.
Well, the other option is to take damage, and if you use the axe, you take damage, and 1 point of damage every time you hit anything with it.
I was doing that wrong before. I don't take damage because I'm good. I could get evil real quick with the mirror, but I think that might take more time than it's worth.
If you'd like, I could. I could have Jack Jr. smack you.
Wait, okay. I might actually like that.
And look at that face. He looks like he'd be so happy to do it too.
You're damn right he would. He'd be
Yo,
ecstatic.
oh no, yeah, I still, because I haven't. This is my first turn.
This
So-
is what
Yeah, you
you
haven't
get for
raged yet.
stealing
I
Jack's
still-
crimes.
I still have one more. If I take damage before my next turn, I'll still have it. If not, then I'll lose it at the beginning of my turn.
Okay.
Because I don't have anything else to do, so I'm on my turn. I did my little speech. I jumped on a skull. I felt real cool about myself, and I did absolutely nothing.
All right.
Sorry,
The
Mark
swarm of
Wave.
ravens that are still alive
But yeah, I'll take that
are
jack
gonna.
damage.
The swarm of ravens that are still alive are kind of off in their own directions and fucking up the scarecrows. And now Tegan especially could hear this scarecrows making off like an alarm sound. I don't know, kind of like that weird cat thing from Nightmare Before Christmas. But yeah, just like a weird screeching, repeating sound. And it seems like the swarm of ravens are doing a pretty good job against the scarecrows, at least for anybody noticing, because all of this is going off in other directions. But next up would be Manu.
Okay. I'm going in all the way to the other side.
Okay, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, because this room is full of poison gas.
19.
19. That does it. That beats, but you still take half, I think. And where is the half? What shape is the 8? Here's the 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You take half of this. 10, 18, 19, 20, 21. So 20. You take 10 points of poison damage.
Awesome. And then, as an action, I am going to cast Gust of Wind straight out the door.
Yes.
Okay, how fast does Gust of Wind move stuff?
30 mile an hour.
I mean, how many
Isn't
feet
that like
per round? What is
isn't
mile
that
an
like
hour into?
30 usually? Isn't it just like around 30 feet per second too? I think they're like semi-close.
It doesn't say, but it does mention it disperses gas or vapor and extinguishes candles, torches, and similar unprotected flames in the area.
Yeah, and Cloud Kill also. Cloud Kill, Incendiary Fog, and all the similar spells also mention.
It
until
lasts
a-
for the duration or until a strong wind disperses the fog. And I'll say that's a strong wind.
Mhm.
But
so
okay, well, actually, if it disperses, I want to see if she's like in front of me.
yeah, she is. Let me get rid of the roof here. She's still pretty close to you.
She's not where I need her to be. However, I do need Jack and Little Jack to.
I mean, where do you need her to be? Because I feel like she might also be here, here, or here.
Well,
or
it's
here,
it's
or
it's
here,
10,
or here, here. Basically anywhere around here.
It's 10 feet wide, so like 60 feet like that way, and then 60 feet that way. That's where I was affecting, because that's right out the door.
Okay.
So if she's there, then I need her and Little Jack and Big Jack to make strength saving throws or be pushed 15 feet away.
I need to make it?
Yes, because you are right at the end of...
Yeah, that's true.
because
60 feet.
it's 60 feet long.
Okay.
That is 22 total.
Strength
from
saving throws.
Baba.
Oh boy.
Yeah, strength save for you and your stupid little robot.
Neither of us is proficient in that. And how dare you say stupid little robot? That is Jack Jr. The man, the myth, the legend.
The machine.
Stupid little Jack Jr.
I also forgot that it has vigilant and surprised, so it should have been able to react that one round, that one combat where we were surprised, but we won't talk about that.
Oh well, say it.
We will not talk about me missing an ability. Alright, so we both fail miserably.
Alright, you're both pushed 15 feet straight that away.
Bye-bye! You're gonna have to move Jack Jr. I cannot move.
And Lysaga.
I made him public, so you should be able to move him again. Lysaga made a 22.
Whee!
Oh. Perfect.
And she, in response to that, kind of like backs her back in between you and this baby crib and says, "If you know what's good for you, you get the fuck out and run now!"
Kill the baby!
The baby said that?
You're useless
No.
to me. So,
Okay. I was like, wait, what?
The baby
Okay,
said
okay.
that? Damn, that's an articulate baby.
you don't have the abilities that I need, so you and your stupid baby can both die.
Wait, what?
And-
fucked
What
up,
did,
man.
I
And
don't know
that's-
about the baby, but
And that's my turn.
All right.
they said it's angelic.
Dratari
It's like the damn Gerber baby.
is after. This baby has like a full-on head of black hair, like widow's peak, almost a pompadour. This is like an adult-looking baby. This is not a baby-looking baby.
I thought it was an angelic baby.
Pompadour?
Like if
this
you took
Stuntman
a
Eddie's
slider of
kid?
pompadour is here and widow's peak is here, the slider is right in the middle of those two things. It's
Wait, does it just look adult or does it look evil?
no, it looks like a little baby, but it looks like a baby cosplaying as Elvis. Like somebody put a wig on that thing or something.
All right, brother. That's sick
Right.
as hell.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't really.
You got the
think of which-
style, little dude.
Yeah, she was just out of reach. So
My
at
god,
this
it's the next Stuntman Eddie.
He's got a little
Stuntman Eddie
tricycle in
too.
the corner. Start him young.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not much I can think of because. Oh well, wait, no, I still have my bow and arrow, right?
Little baby version of Greasy Gertrude.
Little piggy.
So, basically, since she thought that she would have to deal with more like bow and arrow stuff first, as opposed to the sword, she already had the bow and arrow that Stormy gave to them right after she left, or right before she left,
Yeah.
and knocks one arrow and tries to shoot at Baba Lysaga.
Okay, roll for attack.
Right. 13 plus. Let's see, what would that be?
I don't know. Do math.
Yeah, 18. Hit. Oh, wait,
Oh,
yeah,
that'll-
18 to hit.
That'll hit.
Sweet.
Oh, okay, nice. Nice.
First blood. And that's 1d6 plus 2. Cool. 6 to hit. Or 6 damage.
Okay.
And then immediately after just stows the basically puts away the bow and draws the sword. I really need to come up with a name for that thing. Like, she probably wouldn't have been the one that named it, but there would probably be some silly name for it. And yeah, unfortunately everyone else is too far away, so end turn there. Takes up shield and sword, just ready to go.
Right. Top of round 2, Baba Lysaga is up. Where is... She is going to bolt toward 5, 10, 15, 20, grabbing her little baby in along the way and leap into her mount.
Was that close enough for me to try to do a attack of opportunity, or?
For sure was.
Sweet. Just
Are you
straight
attacking
D20?
her or the baby?
Yes.
I would imagine they both incurred an attack of opportunity.
Kill
Technically,
the
no.
child.
'Cause I think if you have forced movement, then you don't provoke an attack of
Okay,
opportunity.
yeah, that makes sense.
And picking someone up and carrying them is. Sorry
Nice.
to ruin your joke
Oh
with
man,
raw.
guess we can't kill the baby.
Yeah,
No, you can
This-
absolutely.
That's
kill
what
the
as a
baby. You
reaction.
just can't attack of opportunity the baby.
but anyway,
Until
speaking
the
of
baby crawls away on its own accord.
speaking of attack of opportunity, is that just a straight D20 roll, or is that with Profbone and?
It's.
That's with your general
It's
attack
just a
modifier.
weapon attack. Yeah.
Okay, in that case, that's a 17.
Does hit.
Sweet. And that's actually with my actual sword now, so D8, there you are. Hell yeah. 10.
10?
Yep.
You hack into her, and she kind of, but is protecting her baby and kind of like fluidly leaps into there. And then Tegan and Eddie, are you in or next to the
I'm very specifically
mount.
in it.
Okay.
I
I love this.
also didn't Eddie hold an attack?
I think so. Yeah.
I think he might have. So you held an attack because you couldn't see through the cloud on your last turn.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
like at the ready.
Yeah, so when she hops into the mount, you could also swing an attack at her.
Okay. I haven't readied with this. If you ready an attack, is that a readying a singular attack, or is it readying an attack action where I have 2 attacks per
I mean,
action?
I think you're supposed to ready like one. I don't actually know. I
don't know which one
imagine
it is.
if you have multi-attack that you could ready a multi-attack's worth of actions.
Yes,
Rules
you
as
get
written.
the multi-attack.
No. Rules as written, you ready a single attack. However, almost every DM I have played with or seen has ruled that you still get your extra attack when on the readied. But rule as written, that's not the case. So
this is going to be a hard fight. I'll give it to you.
Okay, I'm fine with either, so no pressure. But
don't make that a precedent. Like I might not do
okay.
that every time, but this is going to be a fucking hard fight.
I was really
sorry.
ready.
I was incorrect. The extra attack feature is when you attack during your turn.
Mm-hmm.
And the ready attack action is very much not on your turn.
Gotcha.
Got you.
Also, I just realized I forgot to do my extra attack anyway, so.
Then I
Well, that was an
won't do
opportunity.
the additional funkiness of using a attack and a grapple, because that just seems like excessively pushing the limit.
Yeah.
So I'll just go for a classic 2.
Grapple?
Uh,
Grapple? Just
No,
grapple?
I'll grapple next. I don't want to take advantage.
Yeah.
So woodcutter's axe.
You fool! You foolish fool!
17 to hit, plus bless. Yeah, plus bless. And then the second attack is an 18 to hit, plus 6,
Also.
24. Yep. Okay, so both
So 2
attacks hit.
hits.
And I'm using the axe, so that is 8 slashing damage and 11 slashing damage, so 19 in total.
Now she
And
didn't
I think
she-
Tegan said she's inside. Eddie, are you inside the mount also, or just
Yeah,
off the
yeah,
side?
because or it's like kind of like a bowl, right? I'm in the bowl.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah, I'm in the
So
bowl.
both of y'all are inside there. In that case, what is she gonna do?
She didn't get close enough for Jack Jr. Did she?
No.
'Cause he read it in action as well.
Did
Granted,
she
he
hear
was
my
pushed
cool
back.
speech?
Wait. I mean,
Does she know what I said about
she
her?
didn't get close enough for melee. What else did you have? I mean,
He's just got melee.
she's here, so yeah, she's 5
Okay.
too far away.
Is she just in one space of that vehicle?
Basically,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Or technically dead center, or that's just where her token is.
Well, the idea of being in the vehicle was to try and block her from being dead center, block her from being able to control it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm wondering that, and also what would be considered adjacent to her.
You and Tegan at this moment.
So like I can't really draw.
This one, this one, this one, this one,
Okay.
this one.
So
this
all around her. Got it. Got it.
She is going to use an action, and you see her disappear, and she sort of disintegrates into millions and millions of individual particles that spread out, and they're just like swarming insects, and they kind of just swirl up out of your line of sight, and it's kind of spreading around the hut.
You bitch! Somebody counterspell her.
And that ends her turn. Tegan would be up next.
But I can still see the particle swarm that she has become.
I don't necessarily think this is rules as written, but make a concentration check to see if you could keep track of any section, because it's like moving a lot and in different directions, kind of like it could be really easy to blink and next thing you know you can't see any of them.
Well, my constitution
Concentration is what constitution is what a concentration check is, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. So that's a 4. I mean, it would be technically plus a D4 at this point, but that's not going to matter.
Yeah, I think that was also a bad call on my part, because I forgot that a concentration check is constitution based on when you get hit. If you could keep Yeah, and your ears would probably give you advantage because these are buzzing insects. Make a perception check with advantage, and I'll say the DC is pretty high. The DC is going to be 19.
Okay. With the sensors bonus of a D4, that will bump that first roll to a 19.
Okay, you are.
And the second roll was a nat 20, so.
You
Cool,
are
cool.
keeping track of at least parts of the stream. It has split up and gone several different ways, but you haven't lost track of the whole thing. You are tracking it, or at least part of it at this moment.
All right. My apologies to myself, Manu, and Dratari,
Hey.
because I'm dropping Bless on the chance that this will work.
Go for it.
Fairy
Big move
Fire.
for a big boss.
She has to make a dex save.
Okay.
I like it. I like it a lot.
What's the range of fairy fire? Because at the end of her turn, she would have been exactly 30 feet away. So if the range is larger,
foot.
okay, you got range to at least hit part of this swarm. What kind of save?
It's a dex save.
That's a 6 + 0.
All of her little particles are now outlined in freaking violet light. All attacks against her have advantage. Any perception checks to follow her have advantage. She cannot benefit from the invisibility status. I could go on, but yeah, we can track this bitch now.
Hell yeah.
Sweet.
Baba
So,
on
yeah.
fire.
So yeah, I'm going to announce she's lit up. Everyone follow her, go after her, do everything we can. She does not get to get away from this.
No.
You know what? That was worth dropping Bless.
No, I think so.
Yeah.
So,
That brings a lot more actions into play. Always worth it.
I'm gonna drop concentration on gust of wind.
Okay. If Tegan is not doing any movement
actually-
or bonus action,
hey, Steven. Doesn't Gust of Wind do something to swarms?
Not that I know of.
Line, let's spend 2 on this probably. Dang. Because it could have been worth maintaining concentration on to move it with you, but nah, it doesn't do nothing.
Well, it does also extinguish flames.
Fairy
So-
fire is just called that. It's not literally fire.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, okay. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't interruption over.
but yeah, Jacques would be up next if you don't have any movement or bonus action things.
But I don't need to be attacked anymore.
I'm not moving because I don't want her to come right back and exploit.
Okay.
Chariot.
So Jacques is up.
Yes. Little Jacques is gonna also move next to Tegan so he can protect the two of them, and also act as another buffer for using the fucking skull. And then other Jock, or character Jock,
Jock D.
Your own Jock, also known as Jock D.
Jack 1, Jack 2, Jack Red, Jack Blue. I think he's just gonna shoot at the swarm of Saga.
Swarm of Baga?
Yeah. With advantage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that'll be 16 plus 8, so 22 to hit.
Yeah, that does it.
And then the second attack, well, a 7, but more importantly, the other one, nat 20. So
Yeah, that'll do it too.
crit on the second attack. And what is your roll on crits? It's just maximum damage added to
Maximum
whatever's-
roll, and then do another dice roll.
Okay.
I like that. I always forget.
So that'll be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 29 points of damage.
Ooh.
Jesus.
Nice.
Pew pew.
Bam, bam.
Pew pew.
Okay.
And then I think he's pretty satisfied to just hang out, not fucking close to her at all. Where's she at right now?
She's kind of like directly above y'all, about 30 feet.
Okay, I knew she was within range, so she's about over here, but 30 feet up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Nice.
Cool. Because I have an 80-foot range. So. All right. That's the turn. I even forgot about bless. Look at me go.
Anything from
My
Jock?
my bless is on who? It's on myself, Eddie,
and Little Jack.
Yeah, it's on myself, Little Jack, and Eddie. Because Tegan had it on herself,
Dratari and Manu.
and Dratari.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so Eddie and then my 2 have bless still on them.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
So it's D4 on attack rolls or saving throws. All right, cool. That's my turn.
All right. Stuntman is up.
Gotcha. All right. Is any of this like whirlwind of bugs within melee distance of Stuntman Eddie?
Can Stuntman Eddie do a 30-foot vertical leap?
I personally believe he can.
Is that an acrobatics check? No.
In this game, can we all dunk?
Oh, Stuntman Eddie can dunk. But 30-foot hoop is definitely not regulation, so he will not be.
It's jumping into the air equal to 3 fire move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump.
Besides, we all know that we are only allowed to dunk once we find the actual murderer.
So if your strength modifier is what, 3? 4?
3.
3, you'd be able to jump up 6 feet after moving 10 feet.
Oh, that's not not super worth it. All right.
Are
yeah,
you a heron gone? Because you can jump up so much higher than that.
No, fortunately not.
Rabbit
Maybe
folk
try-
will be jumping.
I think
Stuntman Eddie is a here and stay.
But yeah,
if I had greasy Gertrude, I could jump all the way to the top of this tree back down. But as it is, I think the best I can do
I
is
knew
to
Greasy
just
Gertrude was most of your power.
ready an attack in case she becomes a person again, or the swarm gets close enough to attack. I think that's what I got. Yeah, I'll call it there.
All right. The swarm of ravens is doing their part to fuck up all the scarecrows. The scarecrows are looking like they're getting ripped apart, but the based on what happened to the other 4 swarms of ravens, the ones that are fucking up the scarecrows are not coming back to help y'all. Mono would be up next.
Honestly, I feel like this would be way more scarecrow attacking us, so I feel like that's fair.
Yeah, that worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
We already got the mobs out of the way.
I'm not speaking from experience.
I mean, one of my thoughts here, though, is that while she's this little swarm thing, she's pretty damned well neutered. But the thing is that she's escaping. So I would rather they come back and help and force her to fight us. Because let's face it, birds eat bugs. Just saying.
Birds eat bugs.
Slime types are super effective against bug types, yes.
It's true.
How far away is she?
She's about 30 feet up.
Okay. I'm going to cast Shatter at level 3. So that swarm of stupid bugs is going to need to make a Constitution save.
If only you had fire.
As do I.
Cleric.
Yep.
Yep, that is a loud
18.
noise.
18 total.
I'm stunned and fairy fire drops.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, whoops.
Shatter makes a big noise.
I forgot about
Egan
that.
very sensitive to noise.
It's really the only thing I got. So
I mean, you could toll the dead or something.
16 reduced to 8 thunder?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So 8 thunder damage.
Sacred Flame or Toll the Dead.
And that's for a past save.
Yeah.
This swarm starts to recoalesce into a body as Baba Lysaga starts careening back down towards the ground from about 30 feet up.
Oh, great. Does that mean we get to attack since we're ready to act?
I mean, she's still 30 feet up.
Oh. Well, I mean, once she, falls.
If she was 24 feet away, I could jump.
All right.
Basketball star.
Yeah, that's
is that Mono's turn?
Yeah, that's it for my turn.
Right, Dratari's up next.
I probably need to at least be one click away in order to be able to see her, right? Like, can I see her from the...
I'd say from there you can.
Okay.
You're in the doorway, kind of looking up out through the frame, through the threshold.
My God.
All right. In that case, especially since I already have the sword out and I don't want to keep switching back and forth, I realize that I still have Sacred Flame on myself. And just shoot hance this guy and try to use Sacred Flame to burn, to basically just cast out a flame at her. And I think that's not even an attack roll, right? Definitely, like, Radiance descends on the creature that you can see within range. The creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 2d8 because of 5th level damage, radiant damage. The target gains no benefits from cover or saving or the saving throw.
I'm so sorry. I was a little bit distracted. Are you making Baba make a saving throw or
Yep.
what? Sorry.
Dex 14. Yeah, no, I was just reading myself.
8 plus 0 is 8.
Yep, does
Dex,
not save.
Dex, you said?
Dex, yeah. Dex of 14 is needed.
Yeah, that's a fail.
Whew. In that case. Okay, yeah, that is a 6. So 13 in total.
Damage?
13 damage, yeah. So yeah, a little bit ticked off at her trying to escape. Basically, just raises his hand to this guy and says something in infernal as opposed to celestial that she's been doing most of her other spells in, and a big white corrupted fireball starts shooting out at Baba Lysaga for 13 damage.
All right. She takes it. It like she's falling, careening down. It kind of the spell rips through her. She kind of grunts, but like the force of the spell kind of twists her axis as she's falling down, and she's now facing you all, falling rapidly in your direction and looking furious.
Does she still have the baby, by the way?
Surprise,
I just
motherfucker.
realized. It's like the baby's still in hand.
You don't see it.
Okay. And I end my turn.
The baby vanished.
Top of
Maybe his
round
bees?
3.
We have Baba Lysaga and Baby Lysaga.
Baby Lysaga. Ooh. Uh-oh.
Love to see that.
Especially using everyone in it. If we go with the 20.
That's gonna be a fireball, y'all.
Uh-oh.
I was actually supposed to be here.
Yeah,
whoops.
doesn't work that way.
I'm stunned, so
yeah,
I ought to fail.
make a dexterity saving throw.
Advantage.
All right.
Yeah, that's a 6.
Let me just double check.
Okay, well, I rolled well for myself and for Little Jack.
All right.
I got a
saving
16
throw.
plus 2, so that's 18. And then Little Jack got a nat 20 because he's apparently an evasive little fuck.
And I got a 9.
Oh, 1. I will pick a 12.
So I have 18 and 24.
I have 21.
Nice.
21.
Tegan, Manu, and Dratari are taking full damage. Stuntman Eddie and the Jacks are taking half damage.
Hold on. I forgot that Stuntman Eddie, did you roll 1d bless?
I missed a lot of what you're saying, but I think 1d4 for bless, right?
Bless, yeah.
Yeah, I did. 21, so I was good either way.
Okay.
And then for me, I have resistance. So
Or 21 with
half.
bless.
What
I'm
kind of
also
damage is it? I'm sorry.
Fire? Oh, you said?
Fire, but we don't know how much yet.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm also resistant.
That's 36 points of damage for anybody who failed, and
Ouch!
15, 16, 17, 18 points of damage for anybody who passed.
And I'm guessing for resistance, since you said it was a fire, right?
Yeah, fire damage.
So I'd be taking 18 as well.
Yeah.
Cool.
Ouch.
That was exactly my hit point total.
Oh shit.
Manu is down.
What the fuck? Oh no.
How do I have a tiny amount of more hit points than you?
Oh, I took damage from running into the cloud kill.
Oh, okay.
I
And
still think
actually,
it was a good
quick
play to
question.
disperse it though.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Like we came here to win one way or another. We want to fight.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I feel like we're under levels for this fight.
Oh, definitely. We've been
No, we're not.
underleveled
No,
for
no, no, no.
everything
Just
we've gone against.
we're fine.
But if
we're
we
fine.
beat her, we might be a little less underleveled.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
and
it's,
quick
it's
question.
fine. You guys
Let's beat
got
her
this.
and then come back and fight her again.
It's fine. Everything is fine.
Yeah,
And
you guys got this. Go you.
Quick question for that, because I just realized I have Shield Master Evasion. If an effect allows half damage on success, you can use your reaction to take no damage. I'm guessing that's only if I actually rolled a success in the first place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure.
All right. Standing strong.
But that would end Baba Lysaga's turn. I feel like that's the top of round 3. Do y'all want to finish round 3, or do y'all want to pick up in the second initiative order of round 3 next time? I feel like the third round shouldn't take us much more than like 15-20 minutes if we want to finish round 3.
I'm good, but I'm also in the easiest time zone, so
Yeah, I'm
I
on West Coast time as
defer
well.
choices.
I'm good for this one more round.
Okay.
I'm fine
I
with
would
it.
agree.
If nothing else, I would like to at least revive Manu. Just make sure that he's up and running again.
Yeah, and that's what I'm gonna
Okay,
do
but
as
Tegan
well.
would be up next.
Go Tegan.
Okay. My action is going to be to healer's kit myself. So I'm now at 18 HP. So I could almost survive if I make a save against a fireball. And then I am going to... What is healing word my bard or my cleric? It is bard for me. So it is this much. And Manu gets 6.
And is she still falling? She hasn't landed yet?
She has not landed yet, but she is
Okay.
falling fast.
How did she not hit the ground when she fireballed?
What does a player fall per round?
600.
500
600?
feet, 6 seconds, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, she
should have
is all the
absolutely
way
hit the-
down now.
So
is good
anyone who
news for
held
Eddie.
actions to attack her, can we attack her now?
That would be me.
Yeah, sure.
All right. No more bless, but
Also, she takes a d6
Nat
per
20.
10 foot she fell.
and 18. So I nat 20 and an 18.
Oh shit! Nice.
What'd you roll twice for?
I have two action. The thing we said earlier with the 2 actions per.
You only get 1 attack when
But-
you're.
But the DM ruled that the held
it's
action.
the same thing we talked about earlier.
Never mind.
And I also did say that might have been a one-time thing.
Oh, okay.
You are whittling down
we
these
can
hit
undo it.
points pretty quick.
I'm
Let's
fine with
go
not
back to
doing
rules
it
as
as well.
written.
Luckily,
Okay.
the d20 was on the first roll.
Does a 16 hit?
16 does hit.
Okay.
Oh, actually, wait a minute. Is she also in range for me as well? I just realized where I was standing.
Yeah.
Only 5 points of damage from
Okay.
Nat 19. So I'm guessing that's 25.
Yeah, we'll hit.
I mean, I already hit with a 16, so a nat 19 would absolutely hit.
Just making sure.
Could you imagine if the DM was just like, no, fuck you in particular? The goblin gets to hit, you fucking elf don't.
Right.
Goblins have
Filthy
goblin AC.
nightmare.
It's different.
Oh,
And 11
I'm
for damage.
Okay.
I'm just glad that we are taking the glass cannon down at a decent pace.
Right? It just
And
felt
that-
so well. Oh, yeah, good.
Speaking of
And
that
that-
decent pace, 26 slashing damage.
Holy shit.
Jesus.
That's a crit for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, you did crit.
Too
Raging
bad it
crit.
wasn't the paladin. Submit!
Oh, I should have smite on that. Oh, I'll do that on my next turn.
That's what a crit's for. Elven luck on an elfin paladin definitely isn't a bad thing. Just saying.
Well, Dratari is a tiefling.
Yeah, true.
So, yeah.
But she could cosplay as an elf.
She's like health, but orny.
she's like elf,
So
but
a
not as
human,
horny.
huh?
She's like elf, but not as horny, actually. Elves, so horny.
I
It depends on
mean,
the IP. Some
I mean-
elves are very chaste.
Elven bed death is
I mean,
definitely a
let's
thing.
face it. Humans are the horniest. You got half
I mean, yeah.
elves, half orcs, half dragons, centaurs.
yeah.
I mean,
How did a centaur come to be? Well, Farmer John over there couldn't keep it in his pants.
Chief, don't lie.
All right, that was
gross.
a bunch of basically held actions or attacks of opportunity against Baba on Tegan's turn. What else is Tegan doing on your turn?
also, when she fell, she would have taken 1d6 per 10 foot she fell.
I did put that in.
Yay! Let's see. I healer's kitted myself. I healing worded Manu. I don't think moving and provoking opportunity attack, even if she is seems to be a spellcaster type, but then again, so is Strahd, and I wouldn't want to provoke an AOO from him. So I'm just gonna sit there. I'm just gonna sit there and try not to bleed out.
Okay.
That ends the turn.
Best
And
not to bleed out there, champ.
it is the Jacques up next.
Huh. Jacques 1, Jacques 2, Jacques Red, Jacques Blue. Is she's still prone, right? Because she totally fucking fell.
Yeah, she's kind of tits akimbo, like legs up, kind of folded in half, like butt inside the seat of this skull that has three other riders inside of it, even though it's only supposed to have room for one. Yeah, she looks a mess.
So, shit. Since she's prone, would I have disadvantage of my ranged attacks?
I think so. That rule never necessarily made sense to me. I feel like disadvantage if you're within 5 feet makes sense for a ranged attack. I feel like just being on the ground. I mean, if you're a whole football field away from somebody and they drop prone, sure, disadvantage on that attack. But if you're 30 to 60 feet away from somebody and they're just on the ground, they just turned themselves into the same size target that is not moving.
I mean,
I
I'm
feel
30
like
feet away. I'll leave it to you.
I'm gonna still say rules is written, so yeah, disadvantage. But that is a rule that didn't really make sense to me.
Can I hold my action until she up to just fill her with crossbow stands up?
Sure. You could hold a crossbow bolt action for when she stands up.
Yeah, honestly, it might be fine to just I'll just fucking attack her. Just fucking go ham. I do have bless. Hashtag blessed. And my low roll is an 11, 8, so I think I'm okay. 23 to hit on the first attack.
Yeah.
Then my low, this one, 6, 16.
16.
Yeah, that'd be 5 on die, 3 on hashtag blessed, and then plus 8 normally, so that would be 16. Does a 16 hit?
Yeah, 16 does hit.
Let's go. Disadvantage means nothing to the hashtag blessed. 16 points of damage.
Okay.
And then Little Jack is going to roll with advantage instead of disadvantage because he is 5 feet of attacking from melee. Oh, if only that was one higher. It's a 19 instead of a 20. So that's what? 23, 30? Does a 30 hit?
Yep.
Damn.
Wow.
Oof.
Unfortunately, that's only 5 because I rolled a 2 on die. Rip. But 21 damage on my turn. It's not too bad.
No,
Right.
not at all.
Do I have any dank ass bonus actions? I mean, I guess I could hide. Bonus action hide.
After all of
Goblins,
that,
goblins.
You could
Fuck
also
yeah, I'm
dodge.
gonna use my bonus action to fucking hide. Pew pew! Shit!
she's not dead yet. Run!
All the
It'd be
smite spells break your
Stuntman Eddie's turn
concentration.
up next.
Huh?
It would be Stuntman Eddie's turn up next, unless you were saying "huh" to what Tegan was saying about concentration, because I didn't hear that either.
Something
Didn't
about
matter.
the smite spells. Smite spells take
Yeah.
concentration.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Plus, they only really work in melee.
Nope. The
specific
three
smite
that,
spells don't. That's
yep,
right.
the three that the
It's the
Battle
regular
Master
smites.
gets don't. Mm-hmm.
The regular smites are melee.
But yeah, Thundering
Smite
Smite, which you get as a
yeah.
Battle Master, doesn't care.
It's
Banishing
not
Smite.
thundering, is it? It's
Banishing
branding smite.
Okay,
Yeah.
branding, banishing. Some of them don't. Anyway, not the point. Moving on.
Yeah.
Sorry. My
I
point
will
was it's
attack
too bad you
twice
couldn't
with
use
my
them.
axe.
Right. I would have to drop bless. And
All
that's
right.
just not worth.
Go ahead and roll those attacks.
Hashtag blessed.
Alright,
Don't forget your blessing. Hashtag
actually,
blessed.
thank you. That is very useful.
I got you.
Alright, what is that?
What I'm here for. Hashtag blessed.
Okay, so 16 to hit.
Just hits.
You rolled with advantage, right?
Oh, because
No.
they're prone?
Because Baba Lysaga is prone right now, and you are
I'll do
within
it.
5
I'll
feet.
do it just in case of the 20 then.
Okay.
That's not a 20. Okay, so one hit, and
worth
then
a shot.
this is my second attack.
Also rolled at advantage.
All right. That is a 5. So I'm gonna use a luck point.
5
to...
on advantage?
Yeah, I'm gonna use a luck point to do that one more time.
Shit.
There we
Did
go.
I touch your dice?
And then that last one is an 18 to hit.
That does hit.
Sweet. All right, so 2 attacks. Let me mark that luck point off. And 7 plus 5, so 13 slashing damage, and then 4 plus 5. What did I say? 13 plus 9. What was the first number? It wasn't 13. It was lower, right?
I think you said 17 plus 5, and then I don't remember. Numbers go in like.
Okay.
Wash over you.
I think I said 13.
Also, I
So
have to be right
13
back.
and 9. So 22.
22, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So sorry. So those were 2 hits for how much?
22 slashing in total.
Damn. Y'all are fucking her up.
How's she looking, by the way?
She's
pretty
looking
fucking
less than
ugly.
half. I would call that bloodied.
All right.
And I'll just end my turn. I don't need to say anything.
All good.
I'll let
So
my
if
attacks
that's
do the talking.
the end of your turn. Let's see how these ravens are doing. 1, 2. They've got 3 out of the 12 patrolling. Patrolling is a strong word because they don't fucking move. But they've got a good portion of Baba Lysaga's scarecrow guards down and are continuing to fuck the rest of them up. And Manu's turn is next.
I really have no idea.
Well, she is right in front of you. So if you do want to just stab her.
Seek the child.
Yeah, do I see the child anywhere?
You do not. Make a perception check.
23.
You think you see a chubby little wrist and fingers moving around, also inside of the dragon skull, kind of like underneath, in between everybody else that's in there. Very precariously close to being stomped grapes.
Yeah, I don't know it.
Oh well,
I'm stomping mad too.
Well, no, it's about to be burnt grapes. I'm gonna cast sacred flame on her.
No. Wait, on her or on the baby?
No, on the baby.
Oh
God.
shit!
That's not an area of effect. That's
Evil Manu.
gonna get everybody, or that's
no,
a one.
that just gets one target.
Okay.
Actually, is it? Yeah, it's just
Sacred Flames is
Yeah.
one target, yeah.
damn. I thought it was just like the whole square at least, but no. That would go.
Not a single target. Yeah, I did that one earlier.
You cast the spell, and the spell energy goes straight through it, as if it's not really there.
Oh.
Did she react when Manu did that at all?
She
like-
did. She looked very fucking panicked about it.
Whoa! Damn it, Bobby!
It's a fake baby. A baby.
It also
Baby.
might not be fake because Sacred Flame is radiant damage and it is an angelic baby.
Oh.
Try necrotic.
It's fucked up, yo.
I just look at Baba Lysaga and I say, "Oh, that's really disappointing," and that'll be my turn.
Oh. And Dratari is the end of the round.
Mm-hmm. And I will basically just go in the same vein as Eddie right now.
Yo!
And just... Oh, no, Eddie, not Manu. And just
Light her
start
up.
wailing away at Babu. Yeah, Babu.
All right, with advantage.
Babu!
Yep.
Babu Lysagu.
Alright, the higher the two... Well, thanks, dice. That would be 14 for the first hit.
Does not hit.
And let's try it for the second. Alright, 18 for the second.
18 does.
Sweet. And you know what? With your little radiant damage thing, reminded me that I have divine. Wait, is she considered a fiend?
No, but I don't know if you know that.
Okay. The only reason why I asked was I was about to do a divine smite, and apparently get an extra 1d8 if she was a fiend or undead.
I mean, she's chaotic evil, but she's a medium humanoid human shape changer, like not undead and not a fiend.
Regardless, I think Dratari is still like at the moment of she's seen that she's super bloody, and that's already. If I go at second level, that's 3 extra 1d8s.
Kill it with fire.
So, with radiant fire. Where art thou? There you are. So that's 1. Let me just put this on the side or something like this because otherwise I'm going to forget. There we go. 4 plus 3, so that just makes that 7. Why isn't it typing a thing? There we go. And then for the Divine Smite itself, that is 2d8 plus 1, or plus the extra 1 for second level. 662. I was so hoping that was going to be 666.
The number of
That would
the
have been
beast.
so
Yes.
fitting.
Right? All right.
Four.
So that should make that.
4. The number
14
of the
total?
whore.
So that would be in total. Actually 777, so 21.
Okay.
Hilt.
Jesus. Anything
That
else?
was only for one attack.
If there's one thing paladins can do, it's dish out a lot of damage in one by smite.
Thank you, Smite. Thank you for having the spell slots for Smite at least. Alright, in that case, yeah, I guess I have to, unfortunately, the first, as is the trend, the first hit whiffs. But the second one does a lot of damage, so I'm good with that. And yeah, I guess enter in there. How's she looking at?
Baba Lysaga is looking very bad. She spits up a pool of blood and starts scooping around, like in kind of the foot compartment of this skull carriage. And she said, "You may have got the drop on me. I may be out of practice with
dealing with bratty adventurers like you, but you haven't defeated the Baba yet. Just you wait until my next move.
At this point, I'll yell out, keyword being yet! Soon, bitch, soon.
All right.
Kick.
Whew, that was that. It's not over yet, but that's still very scary.
So scary.
Yeah, y'all fucked her up a lot more than I thought you would, a lot faster than I thought you would. But
Take that.
she's still got a couple tricks up her sleeve that she hasn't even done yet. Just the whole action economy was really working against her in this.
Oh, okay.
Then I didn't spend enough time looking over her spells and abilities list and have not necessarily played her to the best of her ability, but
It's all good.
she's still got some bite back that she could do at the top of round 4.
Well, Stuntman Eddie hasn't done everything he can do yet. He can also use a trident.
He can ride a
I mean-
stick-ass hog, too.
I mean,
He can, but he doesn't have one yet.
she
If I
could,
had one.
she could pretty quickly and easily actually just outright insta-kill Manu and Tegan.
Probably.
If she if,
No, it's
if- I mean, if she has Cloud Kill, if she managed to move and hit us both with a Cone of Cold, which is the same level of spell, she could do our current plus max HP and just insta-kill us.
I'm in danger.
So, like, I'm fully aware of exactly I'm in danger here. It's like if
There's a reason
There's-
why I tried to. Oh, good.
yeah, there's no point in trying to do further healing except to keep us functioning enough to
Yeah.
do more damage.
yeah.
Yeah. There's a reason why I try to go with the, Divine Smite at that point. Like, I'm so hoping this is going to be a Fiend or something like that. Just to get
Yeah.
that extra little bit of D8 in there.
Ah, yes. Avril Lafitte.
That's still one of the weirder conspiracy theories I've heard. That she was like supposed to be a
She's
robot or something.
replaced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's Shakira that got replaced. Is the conspiracy theory?
There's a couple.
I heard
I've definitely
the
heard
same
the
thing
Avril
about
one.
Avril Lavigne.
Oh.
Yeah. I actually hadn't heard the Shakira one. I just knew
Yeah.
she's going to prison.
What? Really?
Yeah,
Well,
I
yeah,
didn't know
well, probably.
those hips
She
don't lie, but they did lie
took
under oath.
14
and that's a
million
big-
in tax evasion.
Oh, gotcha.
Hell
It
yeah,
was
tax
the
evasion.
what was it? It was the something papers leak.
Yeah, I
Oh,
wasn't
the
aware of that.
Panama Papers.
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I heard of that one. I just didn't realize that she was a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe this is me being too forgiving because she's a diva and an icon. But as far as like hoarded revenue and unpaid taxes go, like 14 million is kind of small change compared to the bad.
Oh,
bad
yeah, for
people.
sure.
It's
Yeah.
still not good. That money should be
Yeah,
going into community infrastructure and stuff like that. But like,
Oh, yeah.
Me
Trump, cough,
personally don't care a
14
lot,
million
but
is like saying this
14 million is a
album
lot to the
is gonna go
U.S.
all of it
government.
to me.
Yeah.
But here's my main thought on that kind of stuff is it makes me think of people like Willie Nelson and MC Hammer and the like, and it's like these creative fields where you can break into having wealth from having been someone who grew up in poverty, if you become a football star or a music star or somehow otherwise break through, and you actually manage to have some socioeconomic lateral move, there's all kinds of systems in place to punish you for your ignorance of not knowing
True.
how to handle that wealth
Very
correctly. And when I hear about Willie or MC or any of these other people getting in major tax trouble just because they don't know how to handle that money, because they're actually genuinely people who didn't grow up knowing how to handle that money, it just reminds me of how fucking set up the system is to making sure that the people with the wealth and power continue to be the ones with the wealth and power.
True.
Yeah, so that was all my point. 14 million and like
And they'll
she's
go
just
as
a musician.
far to replace them.
How many billions of offshored money from
Oh yeah, that
people who have never made a hit that has
she's
never improved anybody's life.
she's
whose
one of the
hit
top
always
names
lies.
on those papers, but that does not mean she is one of the top artists. A lot of names on those papers should be more known for what they've done, especially in because it's not just a couple countries. It's countries where it's like the second richest people in a country. I don't remember where, but it was pretty significant. Like the equivalent of if Elon Musk had 100 million suddenly like under question, or 100 billion. Sorry.
Which I'm fucking certain he already does.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't that a thing like a few months ago or something like that about how, a lot of the top billionaires are basically paying nothing,
Yep.
taxes and all that? Or was that a
Yeah.
part of the Panama Papers as well?
No, that's just. I mean, even when people release their tax information, they just like it's legal. I think the Panama Papers were slightly different, but I don't know a lot of info on it. There's plenty of legal ways to hoard your money because, as Brooke said, the system is made to keep that wealth in the people who have it. It's not made for other people to get any benefits. So I don't think Elon needs to. I think he still does do illegal things, but I don't think he needs to. I think that the systems in place are already there for him.
Oh yeah.
He just wants even more.
He doesn't need to. He just enjoys it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
It's just that easy.
So I think without scheduling it, the next last Saturday is April the 29th. We don't have to confirm that date yet.
Okay.
And also, I don't know if we want to pick up the next one sooner, like in the next couple weeks, since it's kind of a cliffhanger, but I don't know what everybody's availability is, and I don't want to keep everybody here since for 3 of you it's very, very late. So just the next couple days we can check back in on what folks' availability is.
Good.
I mean, I can pretty much say that except for the 1st, which is when I'm running my game that day, I'm April. I actually have almost nothing really in yet, so
I'll probably be busy the 9th just because, or the 9th and the 8th because of, family Easter stuff, but I don't think I have that much
Me
other
too.
than that.
Rocket League Winter Major.
Oh.
Until I hear from my monthly, I think I'm pretty much open. My other monthly D&D group.
Oh, I see.
Your other monthly.
Yeah.
My in-person monthly D&D group.
Tentative 29th works for me though.
My 11-year D&D group.
Wow, jeez.
12 years at this point, something like that.
But yeah, I'd be down to do 2 next month, possibly.
I'd be down to do 2 next month, I think.
2 in
Yeah, that'd be good.
2 in April.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably play around with that,
I might
but
be able
I'll
to
need
do
to
that.
see.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be able to do we wouldn't be able to. Steven's not available the 8th, so that would essentially leave us with 15th and 22nd.
Second.
15th, 22nd, and what, 29th as options.
I mean, yeah. At least to me, it seems like it would make sense for 15/29. That way, I have like a 2-week gap between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and actually, there's one last other question. I kind of like doing the recap thing for like a POV thing. Did you want to try to continue that as a thing for like player characters taking up in person, like POV?
I mean, I
sort of?
appreciated the hell out of that, especially just like this last month. I put all of the prep down to the last second, and then I was like, not only have I not written the recap yet, I haven't even written down like the bullet point or like skeleton, and I have other stuff to work on. So if one of my players could do a recap so I could work on other shit, that'd be tight. So I really appreciate you doing that. And if y'all would be into taking that off my hands every once in a while, that'd be very welcome news to me, but it's not something I'm gonna start like expecting or needing to do every session.
I mean, that's fine with me. I mean, rotating it for every session.
Yeah.
Point of view could be interesting.
Yep, I'm fine with either way.
Honestly, it was just kind of fun to do a little bit of role playing anyway, so.
Yeah.
And also seeding a little bit of like, things that would be on at least that character's mind, and like seeding the idea of some sort of backstory stuff. To be honest, I started the script, I wrote it out completely. I think I probably used like 2/3 of the script and was ad-libbing a bit of that. Oh, and I did put what everyone else's last line was. I'm so glad that you won that though, Rick. I'm so glad that worked out.
Depending on who was going first in initiative.
Yeah, exactly.
We're in my favor this time.
And not just that, but also that weird moment there of the Jack just becoming super big. So it all fit together by the end. But that being
What
said,
the hell?
my other favorite is actually Toothy the Crocodile's one here. If you look in the metagame discussion.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when Toothy the Crocodile pulled out a strongly worded letter from the Trade Federation.
Okay, so so we've been listening to this song in French, and actually yesterday the kids performed it, like the parents, and it's called Ale Croco, and it's about crocodiles going to war against elephants. But I immediately thought about that when you said the shit about the crocodiles. Like, I was imagining him putting on his little military outfit and going to war against someone. Ale croco, ale crocodilus, ale bordunili sans patine and parlons plus. Ale croco, ale crocodilus, ale bordunili sans patine. Anyways.
Unfortunately, Discord's taking out some of your song there, but
That's
I still got a little
fine.
bit of it.
I can't sing anyway, but I only understand like half of it, but I hear the damn song every day for like the last 3 months, so I've sure got it fucking memorized.
All good.
He's supposed to have a French-speaking aide with him, but we don't have one anymore. She quit, so I'm with him every day. And I'm learning a hell of a lot more French, but I'm not a French speaker.